So the first question is pretty easy.
Okay.
What is the most appropriate color for this card? Scrappy Survivor, 6 CMC, 5/5 Menace Prowess creature.
Red.
Absolutely.
If it's not red, I'll eat my shirt.
Okay. If prowess is prowess the ability where you
Yes.
get yeah.
Yeah.
Some design philosophies in Magic though have changed since this test came out. Prowess is no longer an evergreen keyword anymore, which does something really weird. There is there are there is at least one evergreen keyword for each two color combination, but now that prowess is no longer evergreen, blue red doesn't have a two color what's it called, keyword that they share. They're the only color without
Sad.
thing.
Sad.
Mm-hmm. All right, and then what's the most appropriate rarity for this card? That card, that the same
Hmm.
exact card.
The same card. Um.
I think that's a common. I don't think that does anything that warrants being an uncommon. I don't think it's powerful. If you're getting to 6 mana in a draft, you're probably it being prowess isn't that big of a deal. It's got to be a common.
I'll agree, but in some sets it might have been uncommon just because
In okay, yes,
it's it's good for
you're
its
right. In
it actually is on rate
mhm.
basically.
In M13, that's an uncommon.
Yeah.
Okay, you're changing one of its keywords to another one. Which of the following would result in a card that couldn't be monocolor?
Interesting.
So, First Strike Prowess, Hexproof Prowess, Lifelink Menace, or Menace Vigilance. First Strike Prowess could be mono red. Hexproof Prowess
Yeah.
could be mono blue.
Yeah.
Lifelink Menace could be mono black.
Yeah.
Menace Vigilance can't be monocolored, I don't think. I don't
Menace
think
is
white can get Menace.
yeah. I Vigilance is a very white mechanic, and Menace is a black or red mechanic, really.
Yeah. No,
We'll go for
Saucy.
D.
We're just hanging. We're just talking about this. Yeah, D. What is the most appropriate color combination? Wait, like, I'm gonna turn this music a little bit up. There we go. Oops. Okay. What is the most appropriate color combination for this multicolor card? Come work for me temporarily. 4 CMC sorcery. Gain control of
Okay.
target creature until end of turn. Untap it. It gets +1/+1 and gains haste, hexproof, and trample until end of turn. Hmm.
Mhm. Well, the gaining control is usually a red or a
Mm-hmm.
blue thing, but usually the temporary ones are
Red.
are red, yeah. So at least it's gonna be red,
I'm
I would say.
thinking it has to be red blue for hexproof.
Yeah, yeah. Hexproof is the hexproof is the only thing that would indicate it to being
Anything but
uh
red.
yeah. Like the rest of the things could be just red.
Yes. Most colors can get hexproof, but they are more specific than that. It wouldn't be hexproof on a sorcery if it was any other color but blue. I
Mm.
feel like, well, green actually, green can give hexproof on a
That
on an
is true.
instant.
Yeah.
So red green or blue green? Hmm. Well, green wouldn't be giving hexproof on a creature you're stealing. I feel like. I don't know. I think blue red makes the most sense.
Yeah. I think blue red is probably the best choice
But I
here.
do think this card could be red green.
It could be.
Interesting. Wait, does red? Yeah, red gets trample. Red gets trample. Okay. What's the most appropriate rarity for that card? Probably uncommon for the trample. I think
Mm.
the trample makes this better than other cards of similar thing. Usually these types of cards are common, the game control and have like a slight effect on it.
Mm.
Um, yeah, I don't know. There's like a gain control of a creature. You create a shard token. That's a common. I think +1/+1 hexproof and trample may be better than a power shard token. It could be common. I think uncommon is slightly more likely.
Mm.
What up?
I'm thinking.
Definitely common or uncommon though, right? Can't be a
Yeah, I don't see
rare.
it I don't see it being rare or mythic rare because usually they save those slots for something like either that would create its own like build around or like something that would be unusual, I guess.
Hmm.
Uh mm, I think that we can say that this is uncommon because I feel like it's kind of like overprotect. Uh
Yeah. Well, overprotect gives indestructible.
well yeah, but let's see. Um it also gives trample and hexproof
But
and a
indestructible
buff.
is more powerful than all of that.
Well, yeah.
Indestructible is much rarer, printed on way less cards, so it's more likely to appear on higher rarity cards.
Yeah, but let's see.
I still think it's uncommon, so we'll move on.
Yeah, I'm fine with it being uncommon.
Okay. If we aren't planning to change the color combination, which change are we least likely to make to this card? If we aren't planning to change the color combo, which change are we least likely to make?
Uh,
So we said it's red blue.
mhm.
Um, I think I think D is very much. Yeah, I think D is probably the only answer here. I think all of these other things are in red, but hexproof is the only thing that's in blue.
Right, yeah.
So all of these are like just random changes to the card, but this one is the only one that directly deals with color identity. In theory, in design standards, in their design standards.
Well, yeah, that's true. I think that sounds pretty good.
Trying to find a
Because
place for this where it isn't blocking text every once in a while. Da Vinci's
We're in
just
the
gonna be in front of
cave.
it.
It's the
Yeah.
ultimate text blocker.
Mhm. Okay. Were you about to say
Behind Da
something?
Vinci is excellent. Da Vinci, keeper of the answers.
Mhm. Okay. Oh, I hated these questions. Oh, I
Wha
was so annoyed by these ones.
Why?
Which of these phrases is a follower of White's philosophy least likely to say? It's like asking like I don't know. This design this test came out in 2018, which was right after Amonkhet, Ixalan, Eldritch Moon. So I feel like the color identity was at its strongest around those times. I feel like Amonkhet had like a lot of ideal like idealized versions of people's mental states. Like
Mm.
the white creatures were all about like justice and glory, and the green creatures were, you know.
I see.
So these questions make a little bit more sense for back then, but they're still valid, I suppose. Have you read them yet? Are you waiting for me to read them?
I can I'll read them out. A system without structure is a system asking to fail. Uh, I think one that they would say that probably like 'cause that's like
That's kind of
Orzhov.
feels more blue, maybe.
Well, it,
Orzhov
to
also,
me,
yeah. If
Orzhov and what's the white blue one? I forgot.
Azorius,
Azorius. It does sound like Azorius. It kind of sounds like Boros.
it doesn't really sound like mono white though, is the thing.
No, but we're looking for the phrase that a follower of white philosophies is least likely to
Yeah.
say. Uh, so I feel like someone who's a follower of white, because it fits into so many of those two color archetypes, that like they would probably agree with A, like at least tentatively.
Hmm.
Uh, B, evil must be stopped. Must be preemptively stopped.
Trusting,
I think that's
preemptively.
yeah. I think that's also a white thing because like they have a lot of angels and stuff.
Hmm.
So uh see, nothing can go wrong if you act from your heart. I don't feel like
That's
that's
more
something
red.
that they would that's definitely more red or even green.
Green, yeah.
Yeah. Uh sometimes the individual suffers so that the larger group can thrive. I feel like that's
Definitely Orzhov.
yeah, it's definitely Orzov, but it yeah, it doesn't feel like
We're talking about these tribes like they're Vampire the Masquerade like
oh my
creature types. I wish I
oh
knew
my
those
god.
creature types, and seeing that, maybe making that comparison, maybe I would be able to get into those.
So when are we reviewing the
When are we doing the great designer
vampire?
search for Vampire the Masquerade?
Yeah, I know.
They're coming out
Let's
with a
do
new
that.
game soon, and it looks terrible.
Ah! I want to play it.
The first, it's a sequel. Like, do you know the original Vampire the Masquerade game?
Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines.
Was that what it was? Or was Bloodlines the new one? Whoops. Oh yeah, Bloodlines is yeah. They're making a sequel to
Yeah.
Bloodlines.
I was very obsessed with Bloodlines.
But Bloodlines is like open world, right? And like you don't have like
Mm,
a character.
mm,
Like you're kind of whatever you want to be, right?
You should play it.
Okay, my
Kinda
bad.
good.
Maybe I will.
Uh, it's like, you get to choose a model if you're a girl or a guy, and then, some dude, explains to you how to be a vampire because you just got turned into one
Mm.
illegally because you weren't supposed to be vampired, but whoever did it to you, uh, went outside of the council's, permissions, and then they're like, "We're gonna let you live. However," uh, and then it's semi-open world. There's these, like, different hub areas that you run around in, and then you complete different tasks.
That
Um,
that is a little bit different than the preconceptions I had about it.
mm, I mean, the hub areas are really interesting because they have their own little narratives in there.
Then maybe the new game will
Um,
still be similar to it.
yeah, like,
The new game, you have like someone trapped in your head,
"Get
and
out of
they
my head,
keep
get out of my
like,
head, get out of my head."
yeah, they keep like making like funny quips or whatever, like one-liners, and apparently they comment on like everything you do, basically.
Just like in Disco Elysium.
Hmm. Well, if the writing's good,
Yeah.
reminds you of Deus Ex. I've never played Deus Ex either.
Oh my god.
I'm not a
Completely
gamer.
uncultured.
I'm not a gamer. I've never claimed to be a gamer. Well,
You're a
not
quiz
on stream.
taker.
I'm a quiz taker. uh, there's one more. There's one more phrase, right? Violence is
Yeah.
never preferred, but is occasionally necessary.
It sounds about right.
Yeah,
Uh, yeah.
I think C. I think we
Yeah,
are
it's
both.
gotta be C. It's
Mm-hmm.
gotta
All right. Which of these phrases? Oh, wait, we're gonna do all five of them in a row. Damn it. I hate these ones.
Oh my god. We can skip them and come back. No,
Nah,
we
let's just
shouldn't.
get through them. There's 75 questions,
Okay.
by the way. And you have to get 73
Uh,
right to move on to the next stage. By the way, this is the second stage. We skipped the first stage.
what was the first stage?
The first stage was 10 essay questions. And the only reason it existed was to filter out people who weren't serious about it. And every single person who submitted answers to all 10 questions moved on to this stage. So
Damn.
it wasn't like a way of filtering people's answers. It was just a way of filtering people who aren't serious about being a designer.
Mm,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Mm-hmm.
All right, blues philosophy. Action should only follow thought.
Definitely.
Reasonable, yeah.
100%
Every person has the ability to become anything. Uh,
interesting.
I feel
Yeah.
like okay, so like uh there are so many artificers that
And
like you can
shapeshifters.
and shapeshifters and like it's also in Simic colors, so like Simic is
Yeah.
evolution stuff. So
Well,
I
only in
feel like
Ravnica,
that's
really.
really yeah, but still I feel like it's pretty strongly blue.
Yeah.
Uh a fear of change is dangerous.
Yep.
You know, I think so because
Mm,
yeah. Tools are an important part of any society.
sure.
Yeah. And you are shaped more by your genes than your experience.
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
That answer is just glowing. That answer is sticking out like a sore thumb.
Yeah. I think, well, Blue cares so much about like learning that
Yeah.
it's it's just weird if they would say that.
All right.
We're we're on to black.
Mm-hmm.
The difference between success and failure is a willingness to do what needs to be done. I think
Sure.
that's absolutely black.
Yeah.
Um, I didn't create the system. I just understand how to take advantage of it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Only I choose what path I walk.
Maybe. I don't see it particularly, but I don't
Mm,
not see it. Like, I don't know. Like, it's kind of just,
mm,
it's a little vague. It's a little simple.
mm.
It's not as strong as these other ones, I feel like.
Sometimes you have to put others ahead of yourself.
Mm,
No.
eh,
Eh. The weak serve a purpose. They are a resource of the strong.
yeah.
Mm.
Okay.
I think it's
The
D.
yeah, that one's glowing as well.
Red.
Hmm.
Mistakes should be avoided at all costs. No way. That's
Yeah,
so.
that's
We can read the other ones though, because I like
go for
the
it.
phrases. The greatest regrets are about things you didn't do, not the things you did. Life is messy. A life without passion is a life unlived. The fewer rules, the better. Yeah, it's gonna
Yeah,
be A.
yeah. No doubt about it. They are all about making mistakes. Or they don't mind making mistakes, I guess.
Hmm.
That's one, green.
Okay. Adaptation is a slow process.
Interesting.
Maybe.
Maybe.
Oh, all life is interconnected.
Definitely.
Yeah. Killing for sport
Hmm.
is just a part of life.
Maybe. I don't know.
Man, what the
I guess it
it feels like
depends.
they slipped a Rakdos quote in here.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. It is a. Well, maybe they don't mean. Okay, so imagine this is a green follower saying it. Maybe they don't mean themselves. Maybe they mean wild creatures. Well, do wild
Mm,
creatures kill for sport? I guess not. Maybe some do.
maybe, but I don't think so. Like you kill because you're threatened,
Or
or you
hungry.
kill because you're hungry. Yeah, but
Yeah, that
not
one
really
does
just to.
kind of stick out. But so does adaptation. It's a slow process. Well,
Mm,
whatever. I mean, I guess it is. But sometimes some green creatures can adapt pretty fast.
mm, hmm, perhaps,
See if these
but
other
we're
ones
not.
stare. Oh.
But we're not all questing beast.
But Questing Base is a follower of Green's philosophy. So
Not
maybe we're
all of
talking
us.
about Questing Beast here. Questing Beast be killing planeswalkers for fun all the time. Killing for sport.
He do be doing that. The key to happiness is accepting that the world is as it's meant to be.
Sure.
Fine. Or you are born into your role.
Sure.
Probably would say that.
A or C.
I really feel like it's C
Okay. Okay.
because
Yeah, A works. A. Yeah. It makes sense for Green's philosophy.
yeah, like at least A is about something that
Yeah.
would be like it could be slow, it could be fast, whatever. But C is just like like
It's definitely red if
it's it
combined with
it
green.
yeah, it feels more specifically like outside. of the realm of
Mono
green.
green.
Yeah, mono green.
Um,
Yeah.
if we were to bring back the battle cry mechanic in a Ravnica set, which guild would be the best match for the mechanic? Well, just Boros without even looking at the question. The
Yeah,
answers.
Boros, 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 Boros.
Which effect is usually seen on more instants than sorceries?
Mhm.
Direct
Are we
damage.
gonna
Ooh, what?
are we gonna look up the stats?
Of wait, what?
We're
Like
gonna look up the
chi?
stat.
Well, I guess when you
Uh,
were taking this test, I guess you were allowed to look up cards.
yeah.
Hmm.
Hmm. We're getting
Well, I know
technical.
the answer just looking at these answers.
Real?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
obvious just reading it.
Direct
Uh,
damage?
yeah.
Yeah. Because reanimate, well, okay, so discard, if it's on an instant,
I
you
can't
might
even
do it on
think
their
of an
turn.
instant discard spell. I
Yeah.
literally can't even think of one.
I mean, the problems would be you do it on their turn, and then whatever card they just drew, you can make them discard.
Yeah.
Uh, like you you can you can completely mess up their hand because then just make them discard when they have no more mana open uh as well. Like if they had on their own turn, it's fucked up. Land destruction, yeah, you could tap it beforehand, but it still kind of messes up their turn like a lot. Uh Fetching, uh you can crack lands to get something at instant speed
But
basically, but
that's not the question.
yeah, but that's not the question. But I don't think that there's any reason that you would have it on an instant, because there's nothing that would prevent that. Why would you have that on an instant? There's nothing that you would really want to, I don't think you would want to get a land at instant speed really, unless you're planning on, I don't know, casting more instants.
Unless you're playing control or like blue green or
Yeah,
something, and you like have something else you could cast if they do something. I could see instant
maybe.
speed land fetching being a little good, but yeah,
Yeah,
definitely
and
more
then
sorceries.
reanimation,
There are a
it's just
few
it
instant speeds, but
yeah, but it's also just you're
way more
kind
sorcery.
of like sorcery is manageable, and then if you
If
instant speed do it on their turn, then it basically can just attack on the next turn, which is really annoying and something that you kind of want to avoid on reanimation spells, I
but
think.
they don't always avoid it. It's definitely in the
Yeah,
realm of possibilities. I think if direct damage wasn't here, I think reanimation would be the answer.
maybe, yeah.
I'm not positive though, because there are way more land fetching and discard spells than there are reanimation spells.
Mm.
So it's kind of
I
hard
think
to
direct
evaluate.
damage is the correct
Oh,
answer
without a
because
doubt.
like there's so many spells. Lightning bolt being the most
Yeah.
archetypical.
Yeah. One of these, yeah, only one of these spells is, or only one of these categories has a card like Lightning Bolt. Well, I guess Reanimation has Reanimate, but that's a sorcery. So,
Yeah.
what's the biggest problem design wise with the card below? Long acting giant growth, 2 and a green sorcery. Creature gets +2/+3 until end of turn. At the beginning of your next upkeep, that creature gets +2/+2. Beginning of the upkeep after that, the creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Well, this is
Mm.
stupid.
Yeah.
The spell requires you to track things for 3 turns without any way to mark it. That's 100% the
Yeah.
answer. They
Yes.
would never print anything like that ever.
No.
If the following card were a hybrid creature, what colors would it be? Mysterio, 4 mana, star, flash. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of cards in your hand.
Blue something.
Yeah.
Mm, mm,
Hmm. That could be mono blue. Well,
mm.
flash is secondary in green.
Yeah.
Um, I'm just wondering. Flash is in blue. Number of blank is well. Does blue? Can you think of any star blue cards?
Yes.
Yeah,
Wait,
what?
they're in Kamigawa.
In Kamigawa.
Hold on, hold on. I gotta search. Hold on. I only know because I woke up after like 3 hours of sleep the other day, and I was like, yeah, I need to rework the entirety of Kamigawa.
Oh, how do you
I
search?
told you about it. However, haven't worked on it yet. But anyway, I will get to it. Hold on.
Syntax guide. Um, power. I don't know how to search Scryfall for cards that have. Well, actually, you know what? Here we go. You could just look for the text power equal to or whatever. That should be what it is. Okay, there are some stars. Yeah. Okay, this one's literally its power and toughness are equal to the number of cards in your hand.
Yeah.
Interesting. So
One of
when they make hybrid cards, because this is a hybrid creature, right? So it's gonna be hybrid mana, right? That's what it
yeah.
means by hybrid creature. Ooh, a
Yeah.
Spiketail Hatchling. That looks fun. When they're making a hybrid creature, do they make it so that it could be monocolor either color? I think they do, don't they? Well, you might not know this.
I'm not sure. Maybe. Um
Could this be mono green? Well, it can't be mono white. It can't be mono black. Can it be mono black?
I kind of think it can be black.
Interesting. And it can't be mono red. Red doesn't get flash, I don't think.
No.
Uh, hmm. Interesting. So blue black or blue green? Interesting. That's a tough one. Are you leaning either way? Are
I
you doing
think
research?
I'm doing research. I feel like it's blue black because, well, black
It
also gets flash.
does. Green gets flash though.
I feel like green getting flash is kind of an outlier.
Yeah, black is probably more common than green for flash. I just looked up
I don't think
the
yeah.
text. Power and toughness are equal to the number of cards in your hand, and there is a mono blue card, a mono black card, a mono white card, and a mono green card that all have that text.
Wait, scroll up.
Black.
They're all from Kamigawa.
Oh, okay. So
That's
let's
why. That's
yeah,
why.
let's cut the let's put no Kamigawa in there, I guess, and then think about it.
Yeah.
So there's still a green one. There's still a blue one.
Yeah.
There isn't black though for that effect.
Uh,
Is
I guess so. It's a Maro, so
yeah,
I could see it in either color, but yeah,
thinking blue green.
fine. I'm fine with that.
We can click both of
I'll live
them.
with it.
So we can.
No, we can't. We have to be correct.
Okay, we have to get 75
Green,
to
blue.
75 to become magic designers.
Yeah.
I'm feeling this music is not the vibe anymore.
Yeah. Okay.
I need something less Halloweeny. I don't know what though. Peacefulness is when you're alone. All right. Kind of nice. Okay. What is the most likely rarity for the following card? The same card. Ooh. Oh, that's your daily. What is that? Security detail
Really.
from Onslaught. 4 mana enchantment, white, create a 1/1. Only activate if you control no creatures and only once each turn. That's goofy. That's silly.
What the fuck?
Um, Infinite
That
with
word.
Ashnod's Altar and a way to filter your colorless mana into white mana.
What?
We broke Ashnod's Altar. Let's
Oh
go.
my god. Oh my god. As if it needed to be broken.
Oh, sorry, Shapu.
I'm hungry.
Hmm?
I'm hungry.
What? You didn't eat
I go
before
get
the
more
designer
snacks.
test?
I ate uh like two
Everyone knows you have to
two
be on
buns.
a full stomach to take a test.
Um
You're smarter when you have food in your belly. Science.
disagree.
What?
Dis- disagree.
That's facts. That's on facts.
I'm stupider more often, all the time,
Oh, okay.
regardless of fedness.
Well, yeah, but you're less fat when you're fed. Okay, go eat. Go get a
Okay,
snack.
well, I'm just yeah,
Wow.
it'll be like half a minute. I just
Okay.
gotta I'm gonna grab something and then I'll be back.
All right, let's click the Sheppy link. Oh, it went over there. Interesting. Bam, 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 bam. The Super Mario 64 creep. Beautiful. Bam, bam, bam. This has been fun though. It's a little bit easier than I remember, honestly, but we're probably still gonna get a couple wrong. What if we get all of them right though? The when they were doing this, they didn't know what the cutoff would be until like everyone got their answers, and the what you had to get to advance to the next round of the designer test, you have to get 73 out of 75 questions right. I think I got like 68 questions right or something like that. That wasn't particularly close, but there were some trick questions in here, and now I know how tricky they are. So obviously, it's going to be a little bit different. If you go into this for the first time not knowing anything about these questions, I think you get more wrong than if you've seen the questions before and heard people talk about it extensively and read the designer notes on why all of the answers are the way they are. But it's been like 5 years since I read the answers, so all of those memories are gone, except for the memory of this one infamous question that we'll get to eventually.
We'll get to it. Hello.
Hey,
As the pinnacle of health and wellness,
mhm.
I chose to get Ben and Jerry's cookie dough switch up,
Oh
vanilla ice
yeah,
cream with a chocolatey cookie swirl, chocolatey cookie sandwiches,
that's a
and
huge buff.
cookie dough chunks. Yes. And also I put some fish sticks in the in the air fryer. So in a few minutes
Holy ice
I'll
cream
go
into
fetch
fish
those.
sticks.
Yes.
That
I know
is.
you're so fucking jealous right now.
That's not the word I would use. Maybe the other way
You're revolted.
around, but ice cream into fish sticks.
I gotta let the ice cream like warm up a little though, because
Sure.
my freezer is
Put it in the
mega
air
cold.
fryer.
It's
Just deep fry your ice cream.
Air fry my ice cream. I'm fighting you.
Vaporize. Kaya.
Just sniff the evaporated ice cream
Mm-hmm. Just huff
air.
it. Yeah.
Deep fried ice cream goes crazy.
I kind of do. Like it's a real thing.
Real. Okay.
It's like well, kind of like usually they like wrap the ice cream in something and then fry that.
Mm, it sounds like turmoil for my teeth, because then you bite it and then you go, nice and warm, and then halfway through it's like, oh
The
no,
ice cream's still
oh no,
warm.
oh no.
It's still warm. It's not cold ice cream after being deep fried.
And what's the point?
Warm ice cream is kind of good.
Well,
Someone who has a diet, I'm dying. Oh, I hate biting ice cream. I hate biting into it with my front teeth. It kills me. I have really
I
cold, sensitive teeth.
mhm. I have noticed that I have a freaking cavity, because whenever
Oh,
I drink like a nice cold drink, it gets all painful. And then I'm like, stop it.
oh.
Stop it. I know that you have a problem, but I'm not dealing with it right now. Goodbye.
Doesn't Europe have free healthcare or something? I thought that was the whole point
Yeah.
of being there.
Yeah. The whole point.
Mhm.
Come on. Come on. It's only like 90%
Mm.
increase. Ah. But also just a matter of like, I can't be asked, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like the only reason.
Yeah, just let it get worse.
Certified boy lover. I will let it get worse.
Yeah.
Don't worry.
I
Don't
haven't been to
worry.
a dentist in 5 years,
Icon.
but
Uh,
before those 5 years, I've never had a cavity in my life.
what?
Some people actually have like great genetics and their teeth are just super fucking resilient, and I'm hoping that's the case with me.
I'm stealing your teeth.
Ah,
I'm taking them in the night like the tooth fairy.
I need those.
I'm just borrowing them. I'll give them back after I finish eating cold stuff and feeling no pain.
Oh, well, that's not gonna work for you because, like I said, my teeth are cold sensitive as fuck.
Those are that's your nerves. My nerves are better.
Oh,
The
okay, okay.
combined power of your teeth and my nerve.
We make a non-broken human.
we can we can assemble them like Frankenstein's monster. Amazing. Let's get back to the quiz.
Okay. So yeah, what was the
Uh-huh.
rarity for that card? Probably a rare.
Uh, Common,
Frick off.
probably a rare.
Flash.
Uh,
Yeah, probably a rare.
I mean, okay, so I feel like from a meta perspective, all right, we're getting in this. Okay, so from a meta perspective, it feels like they're setting us up for like, okay, we're gonna do one common, one uncommon, one rare, and one mythic. So it
Oh.
feels like in that sense that it makes sense. But I don't want to just like choose this
Well,
based on that.
that's okay. This is what is the most likely rarity. I think in the right set this could be an uncommon, it could be a mythic, but I think it's
Yeah.
most likely that this is a rare.
I feel like it could be an uncommon, but it's probably a rare. But I feel like it could be an uncommon because like I think that maybe it could be like the archetypical card for a dual color.
Yeah, could be. But that's weird. It doesn't
Yeah.
really do much. Like I don't know. It wouldn't be an archetypical card because this is hybrid mana. First of
Mm.
all,
Well,
the flag post archetype cards have to be non-hybrid.
mm, true. Yeah. Fine. I'm fine with saying it's rare.
Okay.
I don't think it would be mythic rare though, because that would be kind of like
Yeah.
it would be like a 50 cent mythic.
Well, they print
Be real with
a
you.
fuck ton of those.
I mean,
They print those every
you know,
set.
yeah, 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 yeah. But mythics are usually a bit more out there.
Yeah. What ability could be added to this creature without changing its colors? At the end of your turn, untap it. That's blue.
Mm,
I think no,
mm,
that's green.
it's white.
That's
It's
also
white.
in white. Yeah. Okay, since it's a creature, it's white. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm thinking there's green spells that untap your lands. There's blue spells
Yeah.
that kind of do that. Okay,
You're wrong. That's a white. It's a white mechanic. That's a white mechanic. Get it out of here.
okay. Oh wait, so oh, what ability could be added to this creature without changing? Okay, so that one's not
Yeah.
it. Card name can't be blocked by more than one creature. That's a red mechanic.
Mm, yeah.
Card name must be blocked if able.
It's also a red mechanic.
Yes. Whenever it deals damage to an opponent, draw a card. That's blue.
Hmm.
And whenever it dies, put a 1/1 or whenever a creature dies, put a 1/1 counter on it. What
I
did we
mean,
have this as? This was blue
blue,
green.
green, blue,
Okay,
green. Yeah. I think it has
that's
to be
black.
B. It also
Yeah.
like
Oh,
like
and that makes sense with
B.
the card.
Yeah. Like because yeah, because it also plays into the
Or
idea of
yeah,
like yeah, adding cards to your hand. I mean, to be honest, if we're like personally, I would say draw discard
okay.
would be probably like a good like would be the most not the necessarily most fitting to the theme, but like I feel like it would fit the power level.
Yeah.
Um, but whatever. I think D is correct here.
You know, maybe this is an uncommon. Hmm. Hmm.
As written,
Well,
I don't know, it just
Maro's a
feels like it could be
rare.
either. Yeah, well, okay, but it
15,
shouldn't be
20
because
years
it's kind of a
ago.
yeah, whatever. I think having it at rare is fine
Yeah.
because it is a bit unusual. Like it would be a bit unusual to have it be an uncommon. If you do not get higher than a C, you're getting the wheel.
Oh, okay, okay. So we have to
I might
get.
also have I might also have to do a punishment because it's also my test in a
Hmm,
way.
what's 70% of 75? 7 times 7, 49. So 52, 52 and a half. So we have to get 53, right? To get a
We have to get
C.
52 and a half right.
True.
If we get something half right,
Hmm.
yeah. Okay, wait.
Well,
What's the
uh,
next
okay.
question?
A player finishes their first game of Magic. Which of the following do we care about most? They have a favorite card. Probably not.
No.
They have seen most of the card types and most of the evergreen keywords. I don't think that matters too much.
Why would they even care?
Also,
Doesn't matter.
you're never gonna see most of the evergreen keywords in one game of Magic.
Yeah, real.
They see the potential depth of the game.
No.
Yikes. They understand the cards in their deck. Not
No.
necessarily. They want to play again. That's always a
Yes.
good
But
thing.
I think it's exclusively E because um okay, so like none of the other things matter
Yeah,
at all if the player doesn't want to play again.
yeah, definitely.
Yeah. And
Oh,
like that's true of like okay, so like the thing is C about C. So you can get carried away creating a really thoughtful like complex game and feel like you're the goat, but uh other people who are actually playing it, like it can be like, oh, this is like a cool like you could go like, oh, I love this cool design idea that I have, and then I'm gonna make an entire set around it. But it's like if people play that and it doesn't feel good to play, they're not gonna pick it up again. They're gonna be like, okay, yeah, um, this was annoying because it was too thinky.
um, I wonder if I wonder how different this test would be. Wait, when I was like starting to type great designer search 3,
Mhm.
4 popped up. So I wonder, is a fourth one? No, I don't think a four. Oh,
Mhm.
is this a joke? Is this a weird article? I think this
In
is a fake article.
2026,
2018. This is an article from 2018. Okay.
I go on.
Yeah, we don't know if there will be a great designer search for or when, but I
There
imagine
will be.
I imagine
I'm
the
gonna
fourth
force Maro to do it.
you're gonna go
I'm gonna live
mm,
in his walls.
create some vacant designer positions by whatever means
Oh,
necessary.
um, by creating my own card game and doing it better than him. Exactly.
I don't think he
Bam.
would care. I don't think they think about
Uh,
competition.
hmm. I'll rip off all the planes.
Oh, there
and
we
get
go. There we
two.
go.
Okay. Next question.
This one, I didn't think they would be asking these kind of things, but okay. When designing a card for Spike, which of the following is most important? So
Okay.
you want to describe
Let
Spike
me
real quick
search
for
up.
people who don't. Oh, okay, you're gonna search it.
Hold on. I mean I know about him. Like okay, so there's a idea, like a concept in Magic that there is like three player archetypes. Timmy, Johnny, and Spike.
You're forgetting a
So
fourth.
Okay, fine.
What?
Which one?
Orthos.
You? Ortho? What?
Orthos.
Or
Very,
hold
very
on.
rare creature. Very, very rare player type.
What the fuck is Ortho? Wait. Oh, it's the
BOR.
girl with the uh each spell you cast with a chosen character in its name, flavor text, or art costs white, blue, black, red, green. Less to cast. This effect reduces only the amount of colored mana you play. Uh that's yeah. I mean, okay. So yeah. Vorthos is the one that cares about like
Four.
the lore.
Yep.
But aside from that, player archetypes um are generally organized into the three categories. Timmy being like liking Timmy's like big effects. They like big creatures, like really strong creatures. They uh like
The big dumb
big
things. Big dumb
casting costs.
beaters.
Yeah. Like okay, if you pull up like uh
Turn
the
three
what the
Gigantosaurus with do you know that?
yeah,
With Machete. What's
no.
his name?
No. But I was gonna say Colossal Dreadmaw, for example.
Hmm? Colossal Dreadmaw. There
Yeah.
what Danny Trejo did a promo for Magic where he role played as a Timmy and he played a turn three Gigantosaurus which is 5 mana 10/10, 5 green mana 10/10
Yeah, yeah, something like that is like really to me.
yeah.
It says good examples of Timmy cards are Croson Beast, Iridescent Angel, and just about any dragon. Oh, it's fun.
I don't know how to spell iridescent. Oh, there it is. Just one
Uh,
R. I was so close.
yeah,
This is a Timmy
yeah.
card. Weird.
They definitely listed that as a Timmy card. Very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's got a big casting cost, and it has protection from all colors, which
Um,
is sort of shit. But
okay.
you know, and so the next one is Johnny. Uh like it's it's like a it's about creativity and like stylishness. Um and like figuring out how to put cards together in a unique way that like really sings or is like in there in the image you can see Kirkland Ironworks, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there was
Yeah.
some and then like back there is like Mirror Retriever. So it's like the cards that are in the actual image there are part of a really complicated combo that infinitely I think it gives you infinite mana,
Yeah.
right? Yeah. So but it required like part of the reason that it got banned, like I think it was Clan that got banned, is
Yeah.
because that it was so complex and used up so many niche bits of knowledge about magic
And
that
it
they were just
wasn't
like,
the combo wasn't
yeah,
actually deterministic was the
yeah,
biggest problem.
yeah,
So when you're playing in a tournament setting, if you're doing a combo that has a definitive end goal, like no matter what you do during the combo, that thing will
mm,
happen. You can just skip to that thing happening to shortcut your play. But if
yeah.
there's like a
Like, oh,
point, oh,
yeah, like this card adds a +1/+1 counter for each time you gain life, and then each time that you put a +1/+1 counter, this other card gives you uh a +1 plus whatever. It gains you life. Yeah. So that you can just sort of like do that forever. And if there's a reason why it would stop, then like Amalia, for example,
Yeah.
um uh then you just skip to, yeah, I have this many +1/+1 counters and this much life. But if you don't know how it would end, continue.
Yeah, if there's even the slightest chance, if there's a 0.0001% chance that you don't know how it ends up, you have to play it all the way through. You
Yeah,
have to do every single step.
you have to do every step. And so in this combo, it was like it had like 3 or 4 cards, and so you just had to like you had to
Keep
tap,
putting
put
cards in
them
the graveyard,
put them in the
bringing them
graveyard, kick them out of
back.
the graveyard, put them back on the
Mhm.
battlefield, and do all this
And the
like
turns took forever. And
yeah.
if they, if they win game one, then there's like no time left for game two and three. So they
Yeah,
basically just played a best of one game.
disgusting. So they said
Fuck
that
that.
card cards for Johnny are like Ballistic Wisdom, Radiate, Battle of Wits. And I would also say one with nothing.
Did I spell ballistic
uh,
wrong?
Holistic,
Oh,
Holistic.
ballistic
Yeah, that one.
wisdom. Weird. These are really old cards. That
Yeah,
article seems like it's really old.
yeah. It's from like 2013.
Oh, so not that old though. Not old enough to
Really,
be referencing old bordered cards.
11 years old. Yeah, kind of. Anyway, the last one uh is
Me.
Spike. You
Yeah, I'm the most obvious Spike in the world. I feel like.
doubt.
What?
I mean, doubt.
Huh?
Sure, you care about winning, but I don't know. You played a lot of Bloomborough.
What does that mean?
I don't know. I guess it just means you're a furry.
Oh, okay. I'm a furry Spike. There's a
Okay, so
secret
Spike is
fifth player type, and that's furry.
That's why they made Bloomborough. That's why they
Hmm.
have rats. Oh my god. Okay, so Spike is about competitiveness and Spike is about winning.
Yep.
Uh it's about like you want to win more games, and like it's not about so it's not about like having a cool combo, because if it doesn't win it doesn't matter, and it's not about having like a big creature, because it doesn't have to be big to win. Like it's about winning. It says that
PQ would absolutely
uh
be a Temmie or yeah.
I'm so yeah, I'm so Timmy that it hurts. Like I think you can tell from like uh the commanders that I was like, here, draw one of these ones. It's like, okay. So
Mm,
Gishath
okay,
Gishath
yes, Geshath, yeah.
is a big fucker.
The comma.
Uh Zakama is a big guy. Uh
The other two, not so
Ishin,
much.
double combat. He just run at them. I mean, not him, but
Yeah,
like
that's
his
pretty
other
Timmy.
creatures.
That's pretty Timmy.
Yeah. And then Marchesa, okay, she's like my most thoughtful deck, but still just just very aggro, to be honest, because like that one is like she has Dethrone and like other creatures have Dethrone, and Dethrone is like whoever has the most life at the table. If you're attacking them, they get a buff. and yeah, so I just run all my creatures at them, to be real with you.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Um, Pretty much I've ever made is very, very Timmy. And, like, spikiness is, like, my least probably the least relatable to me, I guess. Because I
Mm.
also do like making interesting combos, but I like whenever we were talking about making cubes the other day, right?
Yeah.
And so for me, I really like making cubes partially because I'm like, "Oh, what sort of stuff can you put together as you're drafting to find like an interesting like archetype or something that's maybe not entirely intended?" Like um Like, when I was trying to build a commander cube, but I sort of got rid of that one because it wasn't working out exactly how I was hoping. But I had a lot of like mana dorks in there. And then I came across like Raga Draga, uh, which for mana dorks it gives like extra power toughness, I think is how it works. And so I was like, what if I just slip that in there? And if someone opens a pack with Draga Draga, they might go, ooh, I can make a beatdown deck with all of these mana dorks instead of like color fixing entirely with it. So
Have we talked about Spike?
Spike is about winning.
That's it. Okay, Spike's about winning.
That's
That
it.
Spike cares
Like
about one thing, winning.
winning. Like a serious gamer. Something that would appeal to Spike is probably like something that fits inside of the most meta deck, uh, something that, like, upgrades like, if you have murder, for example, and then something is
This
cheaper than murder, he'd like that.
this the Spike card really kind of encapsulates it. Spikes play cards that get banned.
Yeah. Yeah. They're the ones that played Nadu at the most recent, Modern tournament.
Exactly.
Like
Exactly.
they don't have to even like the card
Yeah.
or
Nope.
like
It
playing
doesn't matter
the
about
deck.
any of the cards. It doesn't matter anything. It just matters that it's
Yeah.
one of the best decks and they know how to play it the best it can be played.
Yeah. Like, they're gonna pilot that thing amazingly,
And
hopefully.
that's me.
Mm.
That
And
was me
yet,
when I
the
played
other day
Standard.
and yet you encouraged me to do the crab mill thing.
I can have fun with all aspects of Magic, but at heart, I'm a Spike.
Yeah. Alright. I mean, I understand that, like, you have a competitive edge to you, and there's nothing wrong with that. Uh, it There's nothing wrong with that, I say, as I try to make my janky combo come
Are your
together
fish
with
sticks
big
done?
creatures. They are. I'm gonna go get them.
Okay, I'm gonna go pee.
Um, okay, good luck out there.
Thank you.
Salutes you. Be right back.
Be right back as well.
I have returned with sticks. Meow. Did you win?
Yeah, competitive pissing.
A spike in
As a,
everything you do.
yeah, as a spike, I looked up all the answers to this test while I was pissing.
Oh my god. Well, hopefully you keep them a secret from me so that I still have to guess. We're not done. We're not done with the quiz yet. Or are you asking are you
Yeah,
asking
what
about her
piss
score at the pissing?
score? Yeah.
His score. His score 10.
All I'll say, it was a high score.
Uh, it's wait, it's just like skee ball, but with pissing.
Oh.
You you know skee ball, surely.
Hmm.
You you've been to the
Does anyone else time their
the Chuck E.
pisses?
Cheese.
What the hell? You didn't have to imply that you do it. You know, that is probably, I think that's the most Adderall thing I've ever heard Combo say.
Mhm.
Don't
My God.
be rude to someone sharing. Combo understands.
Are you timing how short it can be or how long that you
Oh,
could
those
make
are
it?
different categories.
Mm. We got the speed run category.
Do you like, but like, if you're going for how long, for, well, I guess either way, what part
The
do you stop
marathon.
the timer? Like, last drop?
Wipe? Hands
Why?
washed?
Hands washed? Well, then you're gonna speedrun washing your hands.
Not necessarily.
Well, okay, how about until you turn the water on to wash your hands, maybe?
Mm. Mm. Necessity of washing hands.
Do you want to continue this test? I don't even remember what the
Yeah.
question is.
I Okay. I don't think we read the question. I think we just read Spike and then we're like, okay,
Yeah.
nobody else knows what all of the magic designer all no, all of the magic interested people don't know anything about magic. So
Yeah. No one
fuck you mean
here.
necessity. I mean, how moist your hands get. Like, did they pick up something along the way or are they mostly dry?
Mm.
I guess it relates to the ply of your toilet paper.
I don't think it does.
Uh,
If you have to touch the lid or the handle to flush the toilet, then you have to wash your hands.
okay. Wait. You need okay. Number of folds that you need to do on the toilet paper. That's a quality thing. Anyway.
Anyway.
Anyway. Yes, of course wash your hands, but I'm just saying, like, if you really need to get in there and scrub, it's a different deal
Oh,
than
wow. What do you mean, Shappy? Okay, when designing a card for a spike, which of the following
yeah.
is most important? The card has a
Mhm.
low casting cost. The card produces card advantage. The card is very open ended. The card lets Spike feel they outplayed their opponent, or the card tells Spike what the deck is about.
Mm.
Um,
Not A,
hmm,
not C,
not E.
not E. I mean, D, I don't think
B
is
isn't
actually
even necessary though.
yeah.
B is
Mm,
like that does make a card spiky, but
mm,
that isn't a necessity to making a card spiky.
mm,
So that isn't the most important thing in designing a card for Spike. Because if that was the most important thing, every card designed for Spike would have card advantage.
mhm.
So I mean, it could be A theoretically, in my opinion. But D, I guess, like D is weird.
D is weird.
Oh, Sheppy. No, that is what this was for 6 years ago. This is
Do you think the position's still open 6 years later?
no, they hired someone. There was a
Well,
winner.
I mean, we could still win
Oh yeah,
later.
we could sew in. You're
Um,
right.
mhm, mhm. Mhm.
So D is like worded weirdly, but I think it has the spirit of Spike.
Yeah, yeah. I we can go for that one.
So this was the test that new designers took 6 years ago. This was a test given to the public. They made it a game show to see who would be the next Magic designer. So this was the second stage of like a 5-stage hiring process or something. Hiring
People
process.
nowadays people nowadays complain about AI and, them reading your not reading your resume, etcetera, etcetera. Imagine you have to do this, but
I mean,
real.
yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'll go with D, I guess.
Mm,
Because the rest of them just well, E is weird.
mm.
I don't know. Look, okay, Shappy, stay safe. This feels weird. I don't think it's the first three. I don't think
Yeah.
I don't
Mm.
think any one ass. I don't think any one um part of a Magic Cards design is something that's most important to a Spike. I don't think there's like the casting cost or the creature, what the card type. I don't think you can point to a single thing on a card.
Casting cost doesn't matter because there's stuff like, that you can win with, like, I don't know, Gristlebrand that you just reanimate.
Yeah,
Uh, the card produces card advantage. I mean, uh, are you just making Brainstorm again? Um, it's open-ended. No, you're not necessarily, like, trying to find a cool combo or, like, theorycraft with this thing. It's like, they just they wanna win, and, it doesn't matter what the deck is about, they'll figure it out because 'cause they're gonna win. So, I suppose D is, like, the only real thing, because if you're not gonna actually win. Oh, you escaped.
yeah.
Do I wait until you get back? Oh, wait.
Okay, I'm back.
Okay.
Ah,
So, the only thing that it would make sense is if Spike doesn't win, they can at least feel like they did better than their opponent.
True.
or more deserving than the win than their opponent.
True. Me for real, for real.
Yeah, because sometimes you get a hand of cards that's bad, or just like not necessarily bad, but like maybe one of the bests that you could get. Um, well, and then you play it the best that you can manage, and then
Yeah.
that can feel like even though my opponent beat me, I still played the cards that I was dealt better than probably they could have played it. Like like especially if it's like a poor matchup for you, because not every deck can deal with every other deck. Like
Yeah.
like if you're a control deck, uh playing into like an aggro deck, it's just like that's probably why a lot of people dislike red deck wins, because it's just like, yeah, the idea is very straightforward, and regardless of what cards you get in your hand, you can usually just run it. But it's like, uh, if you're also on the draw, then it's like you really don't have a chance against an aggro deck if you're in the control position. And
Especially
it's
not
just
in
like,
standard right now. Have you seen that
yeah, for real.
shit?
No, really. But like, at least if you're going to lose, you can feel like, hey, this is the best that I could do with what I had. And then it won't sting as bad, and then you can say something like, they're just playing really good, or they got a really good draw, or like, oh yeah, they peeled the lightning bolt that they needed off the top, and like if they didn't do that,
But
then I would have
sometimes
won.
mono red is
Mhm.
the spike deck.
It is, it's true. I'm
Sometimes.
not saying that any particular archetype is the
Yeah,
not
no, for
that, but
sure.
I'm just saying, like, it is true that if you can't make them win, because not every deck can, like, make you win,
Yeah,
because
like
if they did that, that would defeat. Yeah,
a good win rate's like 55% in Magic.
real, yes. And if it gets higher than that, they're going to do something about they're gonna kneecap that thing.
Mhm.
But at least if a spike feels like they were the better player, it will be some consolation.
Ready for the next one?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
Design considers a card too slow for tournament play. What does that mean?
Mm,
The card will make too many matches run over time in tournaments. That's
mhm.
probably the answer. The
Yes.
player with this card will monopolize too much of the playtime in tournaments. No.
Mm-mm.
The opponent will call the judge too often with a request of slow play. That's weird.
No, that's a different thing.
Yeah.
Um, I think this is just a knowledge check,
Yeah. I'm not too
about
knowledgeable
tournament.
about yeah, I'm not too knowledgeable about tournaments, even though I am a certified rules advisor.
Yeah.
One step away from being a judge, level one judge.
My God. My girlfriend is a she she took the judge test, and knows like a lot of the specific rules.
I
Slow play is like, um uh the request of slow play is basically them going, if your opponent is just like sitting there looking at their cards, and they're
yeah,
like, yeah, then you can go slow play, because that's just them maybe like dragging out
the
the
timer.
match. Yeah,
Yeah.
playing the timer. So that's what that would be.
uh, I could probably pass the level one judge test. It's just you need a level two judge to like sign your profile
Mm,
saying this person isn't a psychopath or whatever.
okay. Just
And then
get
you also
Kiki to
have to
become.
pay them $100 to become a judge, and you have to pay them
Oh, oh,
$100
oh,
every
oh.
year.
Oh, I see, I see. Kiki become a level 2 judge,
Oh,
and then fake the money
mhm.
transfer,
Yeah.
Easy.
I actually did ask a level 2 judge to sponsor me, and they were like, "Talk to me after Friday Night Magic." And I was like, "All right, sick." And then Friday Night Magic ended. I can't find them. I asked someone else where they're at. They said they left early.
Oh my god.
Like, is that like, was that, were they specifically against me? I don't know. I
You
don't
know,
know.
people forget shit. Like there like a lot. Um
Yeah. And it was a
like
stressful
they
time. I
might have
think it
just
was like a pre-release or
yeah.
something. So
They might have just not been feeling well or
yeah.
got really tired, and then,
Mhm.
like, it probably just slipped their mind, like, "Oh, yeah, I had told" like, the reason that they told you to come see them afterward was probably because in the moment that you asked them, they were, like, kind of busy, and them
Yeah.
telling you to come see them afterward was like, that would be a time that they would be less busy, but it probably just didn't let up. And since they were probably busy at the same time that they said it, it probably wasn't something that
Yeah.
they locked in their long-term memory or anything. It's just like, yeah, it's probably just an oopsie on their part. Um,
It was just unfortunate.
yeah.
There was like even it was an even more unfortunate situation because it was while I was like moving back and forth between where I used
Mm,
to live and where I live now. I kept like staying at each place for like a month or 2 months or 3 months. And
mm.
it was at a store here where I asked, and it was the last Friday Night Magic before I was going back to the other place. And at the
Oh,
other
yeah.
place, I didn't know any level 2 judges. No level 2 judges went to any store that I went to. So, and then COVID hit.
Yeah. Does the store still exist?
I think both stores still exist. Yeah.
I wonder if you could go there and maybe you'd see some familiar faces.
I mean, probably.
Yeah.
But I don't want to be a judge anymore. Or I don't care to be a judge anymore. Next one's
Aw,
out
but it's
again.
so prestigious. Alright, alright.
Really. It's kind of just like taking an online or an online course. You just like read like an
Yeah,
article
or
and then
being
like
like
take a
an
test on that
officiated,
article.
a wedding officiator or whatever the fuck, like,
I
you
don't know.
gotta get
Yeah.
like, you gotta get a you gotta get a certificate from
Mhm.
online for, like, 2 hours of work or something, I don't know.
Yeah, basically, how you become a level 1 judge.
Mhm.
Also, they stopped doing judge promos at the end of last year, and currently judges are not receiving any compensation whatsoever for being judges. And Wizards of the Coast has not commented or wants to work with the because there's a secondary agency that deals with judges, so that judges technically aren't Wizards of the Coast employees,
Oh
but
my
they've
god.
pretty much cut Wizards has pretty much cut contact with that agency. So
Unbelievable.
it's like they Magic needs judges to continue having a tournament atmosphere. Maybe they're abandoning tournaments. I could see that
It
being a
kind of
thing,
feels like they are, because
and
like,
just going all in on arena or something.
not necessarily arena, but, like, commander,
Commander,
like,
yeah, you don't need to judge
everything
for
has been
commander.
I
I
mean,
mean, it would be nice, but
well,
you don't need them because there aren't prizes for commander.
basically, yeah. It's like, well, like, they're not making those, like, regular 60 card decks anymore, and I don't know, like, like, every set comes out with a freaking commander deck or 5 or something like this, and it's
Mhm.
just like, do we really need more?
Someone when so Commander was formed in like fucking 2008 or something, or something like
Yeah.
that. And someone did a Scryfall search for blue red legendaries that existed before 2011. Guess how many there
Mm,
were?
2.
Super close. There were three blue red legendaries before 2011, before the first
3.
Commander product came out.
Uh, uh, I don't know. I don't feel like Commander has ruined Magic the Gathering. I feel
It
like
has warped it.
it has definitely changed it, yes. But like I feel like it's just that like the the designers have have just like played into it way too hard. But it's
Well, it's
also like
profitable is what's happening.
I guess, but like
Without a doubt,
why?
Commander is their most profitable thing.
I don't understand why though.
Because multiplayer formats are more fun than 1v1.
Not necessarily, but like I mean, yeah, in a way, but like that's okay. Also, I don't know. It's just a different game.
It is a different game.
Like it's a different game,
People just like
and
that game more.
I guess, I guess, but really, why? Like it's because you can make okay. So like, all right. I guess that it makes sense because you can quote unquote make your deck do the thing. Um that like casual Friday night magic like with 60 card decks was kind of supposed to do in a way. But then like a lot of places with cuz like when I was a teenager and I went to a local game store and I played Friday night magic, there were prizes
Yeah.
for the winners. And then it became very competitive and
That all
well,
depends on the store, though.
yeah. But still, I think that like with 60 card decks, there's a lot of stuff that's like mm,
Well, I'll say
it's a lot more confrontational
I don't
in
think
a way.
I'll ever play a 60 card constructed format ever again.
It's also too expensive.
Religiously, even on Arena. I have infinite
Yeah.
wild cards.
Yeah.
I don't want to play a game where I can have four of a card in my deck. I don't want to play a game where
Mm,
all of the cards in my deck are four ofs. It just doesn't make sense to me.
mm,
Like,
mm,
it is trying to win, but it's like your deck is not interesting. You're just trying to do the same exact thing every single time, basically.
mm. The spike becomes a Johnny?
No, I
Whoa.
love draft is the thing.
Yeah. Yeah. I feel like draft is like the best format
Without a doubt.
in yeah, in the game. But
Cube.
they're
Some
like
people would say cube.
I would also agree with Cube. Like both of them are really good, but uh just that like I feel like there's a good balance in draft of uh like skill expression and luck because it's luck of opening the right cards, but skill expression of choosing the right cards for your deck. Uh, at the right time, staying open to different color combinations,
Yeah.
and later on, narrowing down and making sure that you have the best deck possible. Uh, and but the thing is, I guess it's like it's a hard format to like get new players in on because it's
I'm
always getting a little more expensive and a little bit worse because um like because of the play boosters. They took a card out of it,
Yeah.
and they're making it more random with like more rares being in every pack,
Mhm.
and shuffling up the like order of things, and putting in special guests like in every pack, like not every pack but like every set.
Yeah.
Like it was supposed to be special, but now it's like,
We gotta cast Expropriate.
what?
I casted Expropriate in my last draft. Did you not see?
Oh my god.
I
No.
before the draft, I was like, please let me open a special guest, open like an expropriate or something, and I opened up
Oh.
garbage. I got past an expropriate pick six,
Oh,
pick six.
that's crazy.
Yeah, and I casted it 2 games, I think, or maybe only 1 game. No, I only cast it one
Mm,
time.
mm, still,
Yep, it was
it's
beautiful.
yeah. It's just hard because like like especially if it's like your first experience playing Magic the Gathering, it's very hard
Oh,
to
I don't
it's
think they
hard to
want you
get
to draft for your first time.
mm, yeah. Like
That's impossible.
I mean, like I was trying to say, I think the other stream was like, okay, so the reason that they have, like you said, delirium, for example, uh, they write the keyword and then also the explanation
Mhm.
is because if you're drafting the set for the first time or if you're new to the game, you can just grab all the cards that say delirium and you will make a semi competent draft deck. However, the problem is you're going to feel like, I don't know what is going on, and your deck might not do anything really particularly cool. So, at least with Commander, sometimes when you put the cards together in the right way, like you'll notice something
Well,
interesting happening.
I think this is why Commander is taking over is because
Yeah.
they're selling precons. They're selling decks that
Mhm.
work. You
Yeah.
buy them, you open them, they work. Your friends playing Magic, they're having a great time. You go to a
Mm.
store with them. There's 20 decks on the table. You pick one that looks like it has cool art on the front or a
Yeah.
cool name or something. And you
Yeah.
can just play it. That's I think
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
has a big deal about why Commander is so huge.
Yeah. I
It's so
think
funny that Commander is the biggest format because
yeah.
of how
Real.
many cards there are in it. Like,
Uh, it's
like,
really untenable. Like there's
mhm.
so much that you have to like if you really want to play it properly, or like sometimes to win, like you really have to know pretty much every card. Like you're going to face a lot of cards that you don't know anything about, and it's just going to be really really horrible because you're going to feel like, did that guy just cheat?
I
Like
I very, very, very rarely play with strangers when I played
mm,
Commander. But the
yeah.
one of the few times I did, I had a banned card in my deck, and I did not realize that the card was banned. Because when do
uh,
you ever like? There's no like check for you to like.
yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
point where you enter a game and they're like, oh look, your deck's illegal. It's like you have the physical card. It was prime time.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's just like a
Mm.
good green card, and I just like happened to own one, so I just put it in a green deck and I played
Yeah.
it, and the guy across me was like with a huge smile on his face just says that's banned. And
Oh
I'm like,
my god.
what?
Well,
It was pretty funny. It was pretty amusing.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Prime
Well,
time. I don't think prime time should be banned. Prime time should be only be banned
mm,
because it says the word shuffle your deck on it.
disagree, but still. Like, okay, so I'm not going to talk about like what should or shouldn't be banned, especially in Commander, but I think, you know, uh, the the jumpstart boosters.
Yeah.
I think that if they weren't afraid to make it better than better, it actually would be one of the best starting points for players.
Yeah. I think
Because
it's a fine starting point as is. I'm
Moss.
are we playing the golf game tonight on your stream, Moss?
God, golfing?
Golf. I don't remember what it's called. Multiplayer golf platformer. I don't know what it's. I can't remember what it's called.
A golf platformer.
Yeah, it
Curious.
looks so silly.
My God. But like, okay, so with Jumpstart, I feel like there's no interesting, like, it doesn't have a particularly interesting uh combination.
He's eating chips with a fork right now.
He I'm scared of you.
A plastic fork.
Oh, oh my God. Let's see. What would that be called? Picnic posh?
I don't know that
Autism.
one.
Mm, mm,
Sorry, just derail the combo.
yeah. But my thought is like, okay, so like the the jumpstart boosters are they kind of suck because they don't have any like really cool cards in them.
They can.
And I mean, yeah, I
What I
suppose.
think is really weird and not necessarily related, but jumpstart packs, they all have names, right? So like one is like angels or whatever.
Mm,
The angels
yeah,
pack can have two different cards as the rare.
yeah.
There's still variety inside of them, and I think that's so weird.
Mm,
Like sometimes one will have a mythic and a rare, and like the
mm,
rare is like just bad and the mythic is just crazy, and you don't know which one you're gonna get when you open the
okay, yeah.
thing.
I mean, I don't mind the variety. Like, okay, so there I
Yeah,
mean
I
there
don't
are
think
other
it's
games kind of like this, like Keyforge. You know about Keyforge, right?
never heard of
Okay,
it.
okay. So
Or
it's
actually,
another game
maybe
by
you've told me about it. Actually,
did I? Maybe. But Keyforge is another game by what's his face?
Garfield.
Richard Garfield, yeah. Um and the decks come in these like there's an entire deck that's pre-packaged, but it's like randomized. And it's randomized between like 3 guilds or whatever out of like I don't know, maybe 7 possible. Uh and then the decks are like, well, they're not entirely random. They're just like semi-random, but the way that they're combined makes them unique, I guess.
Thanks,
Like,
Vincent.
oh, okay, go get your cat. I'm gonna look up the
Okay.
word. Yeah. So I think the main draw is like that the decks are random, but also that you you can't modify your deck either.
Hmm.
Like the way that it comes out of the pack is essentially just uh how you have to play it. And so if you get a like maybe if you get a shitty one,
Well, that's
then it
jumpstart though,
sucks.
right? Too.
Yeah, basically. But like so if there was a format maybe where Jumpstart was like the way to play it and then it was maybe modified by some other skill expressive or whatever sort of thing. It's like um maybe you get to choose between 3 or like of the packs and then also maybe an additional like draft pack and then like build your deck with those things, I think that that would be something that you could have as like it blends maybe the better parts of Jumpstart and Draft, and then it would have like some skill expression and some luck in it, but it also wouldn't turn away newer players, perhaps, because hopefully all of the Jumpstart packs would have like generally playable cards and then maybe some really good cards, and then the drafting pack would have like the like might be able
I don't
to
know.
glue it all together or
The draft
something like
pack
this.
seems weird.
I would have to cook a little more, okay?
Yeah.
But, I think
Oh,
that
what
there could be a
about
way.
the
Yeah?
they came out with I don't remember when this was, but they came out with like it
Mm.
may have been Ravnica or something like that. But like the concept was like for like Ravnica, they came out with like a Boros pack that would only have Boros cards in it.
Right, yeah. I remember, 'cause there's a bunch of those still at my local game store, and then I was like, "Yes, I want these," and I bought them.
Yeah,
Uh,
that feels like it
so
would work more.
yeah, um,
Do you think we should continue this test so it doesn't take 4 hours?
yes, 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 yes.
Okay,
You
so
gotta.
I didn't read D or E, but it's definitely A, right?
It's definitely A. It's gotta be.
Okay.
It's gotta be A.
21. You're working on the next commander docs. Which is the most important goal? The answer to this has probably changed since then, but let's see.
Mm,
Weird. You're working on the next commander docs. Which is the most
yeah.
important goal? A. The colors are all equally represented. I
Mm,
don't think they necessarily do that. I
not
not any
necessarily.
not currently at least. I don't know about in the past. I would have to look. B. The commanders inspire people to build new decks.
Mm, maybe. I think that seems the
Mm,
most sensible
each deck has a
'cause
brand new theme.
mm,
Perhaps than
I mean,
than a previously created pre-constructed commander deck.
yeah, I can see that.
Designing new cards for Legacy and Vintage. That is so
No,
far
get that out of
from
here.
real.
Kick it
Yeah.
into the dustbin.
The decks are based on popular commander decks. That's silly.
No. I think mm,
It's probably B or C.
it's probably C. It's probably C because you're not gonna okay, so like one of the March of the Machine commander decks was like uh it was for Convoke, and like you're not gonna buy just an so it was what's it called, the red, white, and blue color
Jeskai.
scheme. Jeskai, it was a Jeskai deck based on Convoke, and I don't think that I've seen any Convoke specific decks or commander decks like uh, before or since.
Yeah, probably not.
And it's the same with like there was a cycling based commander specifically in
Ooh,
what's
I think
its
I bought that one. That's the one that had Fierce Guardianship in it, right?
maybe
Gavi
um
Nestorden?
yes.
Yes. Fierce Guardianship. I wonder how much that thing is now.
Oof. Well, so
I bought
at
one for kind of cheap
least
at like Walmart or
yeah,
something.
the thing is I don't think you're going to buy a deck with like a thing that's already been done before. And even if
Oh,
a commander deck inspires you to build a new deck,
Wizards doesn't get any money from
Wizards is
that. Yeah.
yeah, Wizards isn't making money from that. So uh it
But
really only makes
this for
sense to
branding, maybe something like that, like marketing or
mm,
whatever.
I mean,
Inspiring people to
I
play the
think
game
the
more is
brand
good, but yeah.
I think Deck has a brand new theme
I think B
is
is
the most
yeah,
sensible.
yeah. I think B is important, but I think C is the most important.
Yeah, cuz if people aren't going to buy, oh, this is the sixth whatever dinosaur deck,
Yeah.
uh like they're gonna buy it like the first or one or two, and then they're gonna be like, oh, another dinosaur, I don't know if I need that, because like they made an Eldrazi deck for Commander Masters, right? And
Yeah.
then they were like, oh, we'll do it again for Modern Horizons. And then it's the thing is like they were like, oh, you kind of, if you really want to make the ultimate Eldrazi deck, you have to buy both of them uh because this one was no, one of them was no colors and the other one was all colors.
Yeah.
But yeah, like it's yeah, they just kind of want to make it with new 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 themes. Yeah.
Which of the following creatures is the weakest in a typical standard legal draft format? 2 mana 2/2, 4 mana 4/4, 6 mana 6/6, 8 mana 8/8, or 10 mana 10/10. I think I know the
10
answer.
mana 10/10.
Yep.
Because you aren't going to get there
You aren't going to
mana
get.
wise.
Yeah. If you have to get to 10 mana,
Yeah.
yeah. Which of the following creatures is the strongest in a standard legal draft format? Ooh, same answers.
Okay.
Hmm.
I think
Interesting.
it's the 2/2.
You think the bear is the strongest? I'm
Well,
not sure.
hmm, I think it's what you would see the most of. I don't know if it's like
I think it's the I think it's important to have a lot of those in draft. I think it's important to have a lot of those both in the set and in your draft decks. But
mm,
I don't know if it's the most powerful. It's the most ubiquitous, but that doesn't mean strongest necessarily. Um, I'm not sure. It's definitely not Deary.
yeah.
It's
I think C is about the highest that you can really reach.
mhm.
But
I don't think a 6 mana
um
6/6 is that strong in a draft.
no.
Maybe 4
Well,
mana four
okay, so
four.
I think it depends on what they mean by strongest. In some ways, I feel like that's like
Yeah, that's an interesting word to
yeah,
use.
yeah. Like
Hmm.
I feel like out of all of these, if I had like if I opened a draft pack with all of these cards, I would be the most likely to pick the the 2 mana 2/2 because
Well, if
I know that's going
everyone's
to be
picking the
consistent.
2/2, then the 4/4 is going to be better.
Yeah, but it's double the mana.
Okay, but on turn 4, I have a 4/4, and you have 3/2/2s. 4/4 is beating you there.
Mm, not necessarily. I mean, sort of, but
I mean, if your deck is full, if the only card in your deck is a 2 mana 2/2, and the only card in my deck is a 4 mana 4/4, I win.
I mean, but it's not gonna be your only creature. Yeah.
True.
Well, um, hmm. Well, okay. So if every turn I can cast the most 2 mana 2/2s that I possibly can per turn.
Yeah.
So let's say turn 2, I cast 1, turn 3, I cast 1, turn, uh,
Or you cast
4,
two.
I cast 2, then I have 4 of those on the board, uh, and that's 8. I it's ei it's 8 power and
Mhm.
toughness, and if you cast, 4 mana 4/4, the you have on turn 4.
It depends on if you're on the play or the draw.
Yeah,
If
you
you're on
have
the
4
draw,
power.
you're losing that game. If you're on the play,
Yeah,
you're in a really good spot as the 4/4 player.
yeah, but you have 4 power on the board in at the same time that the other player would have 8 power.
Yeah.
So, I still think that the A is the correct answer.
Mm. This ethereal music is too much. I thought it was. What should be? I just want like a calm backdrop for the
Mm,
combo.
mm,
If you find something better, you can link it to me. Minecraft or Music of Terraria. That
true.
may make me cry though.
What?
Minecraft music is so soulful and triggers something deep from within me. So does
True.
Terraria music. Tomorrow you'll feel better.
Mm.
Minecraft music, fire and rain.
Aw.
Where's the music at? There we go. There we go. Real. I have Ethereum music for reading Dune. I did that too when I was reading my pages. I put random music on, like inspiring music or whatever, epic music that like is building up. That feels so funny for reading Dune too.
Mm.
Okay, you think a 2/2 is most powerful in a standard legal draft format? Um, sure.
I think so. I think I if I look at
See,
my
the thing
draft
is,
decks, yeah.
I don't like having that many bears in my draft decks. I don't
Mm,
like I'll take a couple, and if they're good, they're good. Like the one in Duskmourn that has vigilance and surveil one when it attacks. I'll play a couple of
mm.
those. Um, but they're never. I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, it's also worth thinking about that they have no uh other features, I guess.
Strongest is just the weird part of this question.
Yeah.
I want them to
Yeah.
use a
I don't
different
know how to
word.
take it, honestly. Like,
Standard legal draft. Specifically, it's a green creature, 3 and a green 4/4.
mm,
Does that change anything? It probably does change things a little bit.
I mean,
Um,
green, as you showed, there was the 5 green 10/10.
yeah,
Uh
that's unplayable.
yeah. I mean, it's unplayable in a draft
Playing mono green.
unless you're playing mono green. But I mean, like, the thing is with green is that it typically has more green in the casting cost and more power more power toughness even the like the higher mana cost you go. Like usually you're not going like I don't think that you're generally getting a 6 mana 6/6. I think that you're getting like a 6 mana like more than that.
Mhm. Well, it's yeah, it's That's not necessarily relevant to the question though.
You know, I don't
So
know. I still think it's A because anytime that I'm offered like being able to play on curve is in
that is
draft is just
important.
so
That is
is it
extremely important, but I don't know if that matters to the question.
I think it's become more and more relevant over the years that it's important to play on curve during draft.
Oh, absolutely. Bloomborough
And
and
so,
Dustborn are like
yeah,
the most important sets to have a 2-drop into a 3-drop on.
yeah.
And if you're
And
on the draw and
so,
you don't have a 2-drop, you're super far behind.
yeah. And so just yeah. That's why I would pick A partially is because of this expectation in the most recent draft especially. But
Okay,
yeah,
I think it's a 4-4.
it could be. I mean, I'm not afraid of being wrong, just a matter of
Mhm.
just a matter of I know that if I was just offered a bear, I would probably take it.
Okay. Next question.
The
L-
lead of a set has removed a black instant removal spell from their set and asks you to create potential replacement design. Which of these qualities is the most important for your design? A, it's black. B, it's innovative. C, it's instant. D, it's powerful. E, it's a removal card.
Um, hmm, I think I know the answer. Do you want me to say it, or do you want to think
I
about it?
I think just that it's a black card.
Yep,
Yeah,
absolutely.
because you need equalish amounts of each color being represented.
Hmm.
So yeah, that's my thought.
There's a part of the question that doesn't actually exist, but makes it
What?
even better.
The
uh,
lead?
hmm?
The lead?
No, no, no. There's a part. So there's something in the question. Okay, there's an. This isn't necessarily a thing that like happens all the time, but
Mm,
sometimes there will be a situation exactly like this, except for the card has already been named, and in that case, there is something more important, and it's that it fits in the. It fits in between. Okay, how do I say this? How do I say this? So you
mm.
know, like the collector's number in on cards, like 144 out of 298 or whatever.
Oh, yeah?
Those numbers like have more meaning. It's like kind of alphabetical and by color. So if they created a card, like a black card called like Seance or something, the most important
Yeah.
thing would be that it fits in between the previous black card alphabetically and the next black card alphabetically.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. 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 Interesting.
So it's a black card. Did I already select that? I did. Next question.
Yeah.
Why do greens common creatures tend to be a bit more efficient than white creatures?
E, this is the way it has always been.
Green is the enemy of blue and black. I don't
Mm,
understand. I
that
don't
doesn't
under.
matter.
Yeah, I don't understand why that's an answer. Green players love powerful creatures. Meh.
True, but tangential.
White is the enemy of black and red. Meh. White has strong removal,
No.
probably for sure.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yes.
Okay. Which color gets the second fewest common creatures in a typical set? What?
What? What?
Which color gets the second fewest common creatures in a typical set? Okay, okay, we could think about this.
Okay.
So white gets
Okay.
probably the most common creatures, or maybe green.
Creatures. Creatures. The least. Uh. the fewest common creatures would have to be blue, in my opinion,
Yeah.
because they're not focused on creatures. They're not a creatures focused
The
uh
blue usually has
tribe.
a theme
Yeah.
of some of non-creatures. So in
Yeah.
a typical set, there will be like artifacts or instants that blue cares about more than creatures.
Yeah.
And the
Even
common creatures that do
enchantments.
exist in blue are going to care about those other things too. So that's why
Yeah.
they can get away with having lesser creatures because the creatures they do
Yeah.
have care about the other things that blue has more of.
Yeah. So I think that one is the fewest.
Yeah.
So then about the most common creatures, I would say probably green or white,
That's what I said. Yeah.
probably. Yeah. Like either one of those, they care a lot about creatures, so you're going to probably see those a lot. So then it's between black and red. When
I
did
think
this
it's black.
Yeah.
This
Wait,
came out in
when did this
2018.
Okay, 2018. What's this? The 2018 sets. And I'm just gonna look. Well, I wanna look and see. Okay, so Rivals of Ixalan came out earliest in that year. Um, card list, and then I wanna, select only creatures. Hold on. I gotta hunt this down. Da, 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 da.
Okay, 8 white creatures, 8 blue creatures, 5, 8. Wait, 6, 7, 8, 9 black creatures,
Mm,
9 red creatures, 9 green creatures. So it was white and blue at the least, right? Yeah, white and
mm,
blue had 8. Everything else had 9.
okay. S So after that was Dominaria.
Okay,
So if we look
10 white, 9 blue, 10 black, 11 red, 10 green,
uh,
11 red, 10 green, 10 black, 9 blue, 10 white. So it was blue and oh god, I'm losing track.
okay, okay. Let's see. Wait.
3, 6.
Uh,
3, 6. 10 black, 9 blue, 10 white. So
mm,
white, black, and green all are equal. Blue is the lowest, red is the highest.
um,
So red being the highest.
red is being the highest. Interesting. Let's see. So then there's Guilds of Ravnica.
Okay. We're just mathing this one out.
We're mathing this one.
I 9 white, 8 blue, 10 black, 8 red, 10 green. So red and blue are at 8, white's at 9, black and green are at 10.
Fine. Hmm, interesting.
What data have we? So red maybe? Or wait, no. So the
Red was
first
pretty
set
high
said
in one of them.
yeah, the first set said white is the second. The second set said black is the second, and the third set said red is the second.
Hmm.
So I don't
Mm.
know.
Well, I'm gonna do one more.
Okay.
Gonna look. Okay. 2017 Magic Set.
Hour of devastation.
Power of Devastation.
9 white, 7 blue, 9 black, 8 red, and 9 green. So red and blue.
All right. I think we'll just say red here. I
Yeah.
think that's fine because, uh, well, red can also frequently care about like spells and things,
Mm-hmm.
and so, uh, like at least in that regard, we have some plausible deniability, I guess.
Um, which of these green keywords does design have to be the most careful with when using? Death
Hexproof,
touch.
hexproof,
Yep.
it's hexproof.
Yep. It's hexproof.
Yeah,
Yeah. We try to avoid. This is the question. This is the infamous
this is the
question.
fucking question.
This is the question that pissed off half of the people who took this test when they found
Oh
out
my
that
god.
the answer.
Yeah.
The whole question doesn't even fit on the screen.
We
We
try to avoid making two color cards where the card could be done as a monocolor card in one of the two colors. Given that, suppose you have a two color 4/4 creature with flying and vigilant, and no other ability. What of the following color combinations would be the best choice for this card? White blue, white black, green white, blue black, black green.
yeah.
Okay.
So it's not going to be one of the ones that have white in it because white can have flying and vigilance.
Yeah,
Typically white only puts flying on cards like angels.
yeah.
But birds as well. Yeah.
Mm,
So yeah, we've Sarah Angel is a mono white 4/4 flying vigilance.
yeah,
It's not gonna be any of the ones with white because Sarah Angel that's literally just Sarah Angel. So that leaves blue
yeah.
black and black green. Uh, it can't be D because neither blue nor black can get vigilance. I'm fairly certain.
Yeah. I mean,
But
I think there are a couple of vigilant blue cards, but maybe not then.
we could take a search. We could take a quick a
We can
look
we
real
can
quick.
search.
How do you spell vigilance? Vigilance. Okay. Color blue. Wait, was it blue that we were supposed to be looking for? Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
Okay. Bay Falcon. Oh, you know what? Beast. Wow, Bloomborough had a vigilance blue creature.
Yeah.
And so does Duskmorn.
I think
Hmm.
honestly that also in blue, you could make a mono blue
Yeah, you
of
could.
this.
Oh, I don't know. Yeah, what I said has actually no relevance. Blue not being able to do vigilance.
Yeah. Cuz I
Uh,
think that you could make a mono blue Sarah Angel, quote unquote.
yeah, you could.
Cuz yeah, cuz they get flying, they also get vigilance cuz there's a good presence of vigilance here. Uh and then black would not be providing anything in this joint.
Wow.
Woof.
There is not a
Like,
single. This is the only black card with vigilance, and it's from fucking Homelands, or I think that's what
oh
that
my
set's
god.
called.
Yeah.
Homelands. There's a single
Oh
black
my
card
god.
with vigilance.
Yeah. So it would be a bit unusual. Um yeah.
So
So
yeah, black can't get vigilance, but green can. So that's why
yeah,
the
that's
answer is
why.
black green.
That's why the answer is black green. That's fucked up. Why would
Yeah.
they ask this?
Yeah, they really prompted you to think about it though. They really
Yeah.
got wordy with it to make you realize that there's something tricky going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, anything that has blue in it or anything that has white in it, it isn't going to be because it could
Yeah.
be that. Yeah, it could be monocolor in that.
Real.
Anyways, moving on. Which of these sets, or wait, what? Which of these is the
Which of
most
these?
important quality for a set to have?
Yeah. Mm.
A, it's easy to learn. B, it's fun to play. C, it has great strategic depth. D, it has powerful cards. Or E, it matches the story.
I'm gonna say B because that's true of every game.
Okay. Yeah, who cares if it's easy to learn? Who a set is going to have powerful cards regardless, most likely. It's not necessarily. Well, I guess it's important for it to have powerful cards.
It's not the most important
Yes,
quality. So,
probably
like,
not.
the most important quality is the quality of, like, you don't necessarily love eating it, but you just can't stop yourself. Like, uh, like it's the thing that like you'll keep doing it because it brings you comfort or something like this. Like
Yeah, I
if it's
think.
easy to learn, it's nice for new players, but it lacks uh the staying power of something with more strategic depth. But if it has great strategic depth, it may lack the ability to easily learn it, which will drive off new players. If it has powerful cards, you're, I don't know, just making another Mirrodin.
Well,
Um,
okay, so when they ask this question,
yeah.
what all are they considering? So it's just the most important quality for a set to have. Does that mean in the
Mm,
context of playing the game or in the context of selling packs?
mm,
You know,
mm,
if there are no powerful cards in a set, it's not going to
mm.
sell that many packs. Unless it's really fun to play and it has like
Yeah,
infinite draft replayability,
yeah. So,
then
like yeah, like it has to be fun to play. That's the only thing that matters in game design. Like,
well, this
if
I'm
people
saying
don't
this sells
enjoy it, they're.
packs.
I mean, but if everyone has an ancestral recall,
Okay.
then you're all on the same playing field. Like if they just reprinted the Power 9, then you would absolutely have powerful cards, but that like you're just going to play vintage instead. Like or you're going to come up with a format that doesn't involve these powerful cards. Like standard is in standard for a reason because it's roughly equal power level. And that's why they've split up stuff like Pioneer and vintage and modern because they have different power levels. So just if a card is really powerful or if many cards are very powerful, you're just creating power creep. Like
Yeah.
you're just going to go, "Hey, all of you guys that bought uh murder, we created a new murder, but it only costs 2 mana instead of 3," right? And then it's like those people are just going to throw away their murders and then they're going to buy this new card and then they're going to be okay. Now we wait for the 1 mana murder or the 0 mana murder.
Yeah, and
Like,
then but when you do print it, you're gonna make money.
but that doesn't that's not good for the longevity of the game. And I think they
Oh yeah.
are concerned with that as well. So,
Well, back then, yeah. So yeah, I'll go B.
yeah, I think it has to be B. Because also E, it matches the story. No, the story does
No,
not drive Magic the
that's
Gathering.
the bait for
It's
those players.
yeah, Vorthos. But Vorthos players, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say.
All right. Which of these
Which of these
creature keywords tends to have the most value in a control deck? First Strike,
mhm,
Menace, Haste, Lifelink, Trample.
lifelink?
Yeah, Lifelink or First Strike, but Lifelink probably
Yeah,
better.
because red players can't count to 21.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Weird
No,
though.
but
The
what do
mo
you mean weird?
no, like no, sometimes control decks just don't play any creatures.
Yeah.
I mean, for the most part,
Well, mm,
the most value in a
yeah, in
control
some
deck.
decks. But if you consider first strike, menace, haste, and trample, those are all uh like either evasion or like what is it? Like surprising you. And the idea of a control deck is just to like
Well,
make you exhaust yourself.
yeah, but First Strike is very potent for blocking.
Mm, but it's not uh good if you don't have like
Yeah, it's definitely Lifelink.
yeah, lifelink, regardless if you attack or block, that's going to be valuable. And getting more life is really important versus aggro decks.
Yeah.
And versus combo decks, you just counter their shit
Mm-hmm.
and you don't let them win.
Okay. When set design holds a draft, most of the time there are exactly 8 drafters. Why? A, our teams have 8 people. B, that's the most common number of drafters in the real world. C, our smaller booster boxes hold 24 packs. D, we have tables that sit 8 drafters. E, we want 4 Spikes, 3 Timmys, and 1 Johnny. Oh, it's gotta be B.
Yeah. I think B probably. I mean, it seems like the most realistic. Like, definitely.
E is weird.
Mm,
I don't I don't know if they think about how many of what kind of player at each draft.
mm, yeah.
Maybe one Johnny does kind of make sense. Cuz like in a set or like when you're doing a draft, right? One player is probably playing the door deck where if you have 8 doors you win the game, right? And that's the Johnny player.
Well, yeah. I mean, mm,
But the other 2 numbers are arbitrary in my opinion.
mm, yeah. Uh,
None of the answers
I
feel
think it's
great.
eh, honestly, I just think it's probably B
Yeah.
because it's just it's the most average. And well,
Yeah.
like also on Arena, right? They also have, I think, 8 players.
Yeah. That's why I feel like there should be
So
another answer. Like, that's what the set is designed for.
yeah,
Like, 8 is the
kind of
intended
true.
experience. So that's why
Yeah,
you test with 8.
yeah.
So yeah.
Uh, would kind
Maybe
of make sense.
maybe just because I'm so new to Magic, that wasn't how it always was. Maybe that became the rule because of that's how it was. Maybe it became the rule because that's the most common number of drafters in the real world.
Oh my god,
I'm not sure
fascinating.
though.
We
Hmm?
let's let's not get in a loop magic of brain
Oh,
thought.
we've looped way too many times already.
True, 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 true,
This
true.
has taken so long, and we're not even halfway done.
We're so good at this.
Yeah, and I think
So good
Moss
at
went
this.
live 5 minutes, 1 minute ago.
Can we speed run it? Can we finish speed running
Um,
this?
I mean, I'm down to just keep playing or keep doing it. Yeah.
Fine. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Okay. We're on 32. You've designed a card and you want the play design team to like it. How should you choose your casting cost? I know the answer to this one. So
Hmm.
A, ask someone to choose it. B, find a similar card as a basis and then make it one cheaper. C, it doesn't matter. They'll fix the cost if you get it wrong. D, pick the strongest cost that isn't broken. E, use your intuition.
Hmm.
So I don't know it for sure, but I am pretty sure it's one of two. I mean, that's how tests are usually.
Okay. Yeah.
I think it's A or C. Um, A might seem
Hmm.
weird to you, but in the design space, in the offices at Wizards, they highly value how you work as a team. They very
Hmm.
value collaboration and asking other people for their thoughts.
Get that.
Um,
Yeah.
so I don't know, but it says to choose it, not to suggest or something to that effect.
Hmm.
I don't know. C is also like super valid.
I think. Hmm.
I also know that um later in the design test when they went to the top 10, there was one
Yeah.
part of it that was like design a card, don't worry about or no, yeah, design a card, give it a name and a casting cost, but we're not going to judge you based on the name and the casting cost. So that
Okay.
makes me think that they
Yeah.
don't place like a high value on casting cost, because the casting cost is like the easiest thing to tweak on a card, in playing, when ta-
Hmm. Yeah.
when fucking with a set.
Yeah.
I
I
think
I think that it's C because, well, um, I need to understand what play design means.
mm,
Teams that are tasked to make sure that playing Magic in structured settings is as enjoyable as possible.
yes.
Okay.
It also, I mean, I guess it could be
Competitive play design was introduced in 2017, while casual play design was introduced at the end of 2021. Uh, okay.
I think, you know what, I'm liking with that description, I'm liking A even more. You just
Okay.
ask them to choose one, because it doesn't matter. If it doesn't matter, you can ask someone. You can ask them to
Yeah.
choose it, and then that'll be collaborating.
Yeah.
I like it. I think if you're thinking along the lines of C, you may as well choose A.
Play design does the bulk of its work roughly 1 year before a set is released.
Yeah.
The team has 4 3-month segments in the design process, one for each play environment, with 4 standard legal sets released each year. There are 4 distinct play environments. Each one lines up with set design, such that the first 2 months are the last 2 months of set design, and the last month is the set after set design hands off, but when there's still time to tweak numbers if necessary.
Yeah. I don't think that's relevant. But yeah. They
Play
play
design
design
never
gets it
gets to
wrong.
see any real life data of what cards are being played in time to change any cards, at most putting some cards in the 7th or 8th set in response to data from the first set.
Huh. I don't get it. If it's relevant, we'll come back to it.
Yeah.
Which of these evergreen
Yeah.
keyword abilities is most likely to be put on a common white creature? Vigilance.
Yeah.
That's a gimme. Which of the
Yep.
following best describes how a counterspell based blue deck should contribute to a standard environment? Standard is the most fun when the counterspell player has the ability to stop the opponent from doing anything.
No.
Standard is the most
Wrong.
fun when the counterspell player has a way to win quickly and efficiently once they take control. Probably.
Mm.
Standard is the most fun when the counterspell deck is mono blue. That doesn't matter.
Mm.
Standard is the most fun when the counterspell deck is the strongest deck in standard.
No.
Standard is the most fun when counterspell decks aren't competitive.
Not true.
Well,
I
it's
think it's
B.
B.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty easy.
Mm.
Assuming the creature is strong enough to see standard play, which of the following isn't a good quality for a green creature to have? It can tap to produce mana. It can destroy an artifact or enchantment. It draws multiple cards without attacking or blocking. It has larger stats than other creatures at its mana cost. It uses 1/1 counters to grow to very large sizes. C. Yeah, green should not be able to draw cards without with a creature without attacking or blocking.
Hmm.
Yeah, green does not get very much card draw,
Yeah.
especially not on
Probably.
creatures.
Yeah.
Well,
True.
you know what? There are cards that are like, if you target this creature, draw a card.
You mean Nadu?
Yes, but I was more so thinking Altenac, which isn't
Ultimac.
standard player. Yeah, this isn't a good quality for a green creature to have. Yeah.
How the fuck do you
So
spell Ultimac?
Altanak or something like that. It's from the new set. That's more
Mm.
the 7 mana 9/9 trample.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. 36. If we were to bring back the Storm mechanic in a Ravnica set, which would be the best match for the mechanic? Is it
Yeah.
they printed Storm on in Bloomborough. There's a
Mm.
single card with Storm in Bloomborough. Well, I guess the card doesn't
Real?
have Storm. The Planeswalker has like a -9 that gives you an emblem that your spells have Storm or something like that,
Oh my god.
which
Okay.
is crazy. Okay.
Mm.
A synergy theme in a set needs you to draw specific cards for it to work. This isn't happening frequently enough. Which of the following mechanics would not help increase the frequency of these interactions? Cycling, investigate, kicker, scry, transmute. What's transmute? What the fuck
I
is
wrote it yesterday and then I
transmute?
forgot.
Is that a keyword ability? Oh, discard it, search your library for a card. Oh, okay. So kicker.
Mm-hmm.
This
Yeah.
is-
Kicker.
yeah. Which of the following
Rest in peace.
designs from Legends would be the most reasonable to recost into a competitive standard card? 4-mana destroy all forests in play. That
No.
is not a competitive standard
Absolutely
card.
fucking not.
4-mana world enchantment, by the way. Creatures can't attack a player unless that player casts a spell or put a non-token permanent onto the battlefield during their last turn. I don't think they're gonna
No.
print world enchantments again.
No.
Land tax is not really a competitive card in constructed.
No.
Mana drain?
No.
Yeah, probably. Whenever a player plays an enchantment spell, counter it. Yeah, it's gotta be mana drain.
Real. Okay.
They recost it into like 3 mana, blue, colorless.
Yeah.
That would be a competitive standard card, probably.
I suppose. Yeah.
Which category of player most dislikes high variance in gameplay, with high variance defined as larger swings and outcome possibilities for individual cards outside of the player's control? What the fuck did I just read? Which category of player most
Randomness.
dislikes high variance in gameplay, with high variance defined as larger swings and outcome possibilities for individual cards outside of the player's control? Is it Spike?
Which player would hate having to roll dice for them?
That's gotta be Spike.
Yeah, it's got to be Spike. Like the D&D cards that had you roll dice. If those were,
Yeah.
if rolling dice was critical and rolling like a 20 on your die was critical to like some game winning thing, it's fucked. It's fucked for Spike at least.
Which of the following cards is typically the strongest in limited play? 6 mana, 6.
No.
Duress? No.
No.
Lava Axe? No.
Possibly.
Pacifism? Probably.
Yeah.
Windrake? 3 mana, 2/2 flying.
Mm.
Probably Pacifism.
I think Pacifism.
Depends on if the set has a lot of enchantment removal or not, but typically, yeah, Pacifism is pretty good. Pacifism's pretty solid. They printed every set pretty much. Something like pacifism.
You need it. It's necessary.
I mean, yeah, it is. I guess it's like worse than destroy, but still good.
Yeah.
Which of the following is not generally aimed at competitive standard play? Card draw, counter spells, direct damage, mass creature kill, so board wipes, or one-shot mana acceleration.
Probably E because they don't put in
Yeah, that's
like rituals anymore.
yeah. Specifically, standard is the part that makes it E here.
Yeah. Because like in like Pauper, you have Dark Ritual, you have Metamorphose, you have like lots of stuff. Like there's creatures that you can sacrifice for like a mana or something like this. Like
Simeon Spirit Guide.
yeah, that as well. So that's
Okay.
not in Pauper.
It isn't? That's not a common? Or is it banned?
I think it's an uncommon or it's banned.
It's a common, but it's not legal in Pioneer.
Holy
It was a
fuck.
common in fucking Time Spiral Remastered.
It is legal in Pauper. My
It
mistake.
says not. Oh, I've read Pioneer. Never mind.
Pauper legal.
Yeah. Okay. Which of the following iconic white cards is most reasonable to reprint in standard legal set? Armageddon, probably not. Baneslayer Angel, they literally did reprint it after this. They reprinted it 3 years after that in standard.
Yeah.
Karma, nope. Land tax, nope. Swords.
Wait, what does Karma do? What does Karma do?
At the beginning of each player's upkeep, it deals damage to that player equal to the number of swamps they control.
No. Baneslayer. Naturally.
Yeah, Swords is
just too fucking efficient.
Yeah, Swords is the
Land
best
taxes.
removal spell that's ever been printed.
Yeah.
That's crazy that Baneslayer is it though. I mean, I guess when you lined up in these 5 cards, it's
Yeah,
the only option, but it's
real.
yeah. Which of the following iconic black cards is most reasonable? Oh, okay. Demonic Consultation,
No.
Demonic Tutor,
Mm,
Infernal Darkness with a
what does it do?
cumulative
Cumulative up.
upkeep, a black and a life. All mana producing lands produce black instead of normal.
Oh my
No.
god. No.
Black destroy target land, sinkhole,
Mm,
or Underworld Dreams, which they did reprint in after
yeah.
that.
Yeah.
2 years after that. So,
Yeah. I guess it's Underworld Dreams then.
I mean, even knowing it got reprinted, the rest of these cards are ridiculous for standard.
Yeah.
The card Felidar Guardian was banned last year. Oh, guys, remember last year when Felidar Guardian was banned? Because of an unintended interaction with the Planeswalker card Saheeli Ray. If this interaction were realized late in design, what would have been the best solution? Add
Okay.
Felidar Guardian enters the battlefield tapped. No. Add 1 colorless mana. No. Change Felidar Guardian's ability to return the permanent to the battlefield at the beginning of the next end step. Probably. Keep both cards as is, but add a flexible instant that can destroy either one of Guardian or Ray. Or
It
change.
specifically says on the card that they can destroy Saheeli
Mm-hmm.
Ray or
Mm-hmm.
Felidar
That's
Guardian.
reasonable. I would
Obviously.
play that card.
Oh my god. And only those two cards.
Mhm. Or change her cost to slightly more restrictive. Well, it's definitely
Mm,
C. That's the only one
yeah.
that actually changes anything. I guess A does change something, but it makes the way it normally plays. It makes the intended thing weird.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But it does fix the problem. Or no, it doesn't fix the. Well, it
Wait.
does fix the
Okay.
problem. Yeah, that would fix the
Uh,
problem. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You would
Create
have
a token that's a
infinite
copy of target
tabs.
artifact or creature you control, except it's an artifact in addition to its other types.
Uh,
Token gains haste. Exile at the beginning of the next. That's the problematic part, right?
what
The Saheeli Ray on Saheeli Ray. That ability
on
is the
Felidar
problematic part.
Guardian?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, Felidar Guardian exiles another target permanent, then returns that card to the battlefield.
yeah.
Uh, so you exile Saheeli Ray, create a
Comes
token
back.
that's a copy. Yeah. You -2 her. You create a copy of Felidar Guardian. Felidar Guardian exiles Saheeli Ray. She comes back into the battlefield immediately. You do the -2 again.
Yeah,
And then you just keep doing that until you have infinite Felidar Guardians
with haste.
with haste. Yeah.
So this
So,
would make you have infinite tapped Felidar Guardians,
yeah.
which would be a solution.
Yeah.
Less powerful than C though. And this is how they print the cards nowadays for the most part. Sometimes they still
Yeah.
do the original text, but for the most part they do it like this now.
Yeah. If you return it at the beginning of the next end step, that makes it so
You
you
can.
can't
Yeah.
just use Saheeli again
Mhm.
because in your end step, it's not like you only can use these during your main phases
Unless it's
the
the
abilities.
wanderer.
Yeah, unless. But and still but and yet like you can avoid that by just saying like it has to be cast, like you had to have casted it this turn or something like that,
Mm,
and then that would fix the problem.
true.
Because then if you exile it and it comes back into the battlefield, yes, it entered the battlefield this turn, but not
Yeah,
uh
casted.
it wasn't cast this turn. Yeah. So that should fix it.
Assuming all of the following designs are costed at an appropriate power level and win rate in standard, which would be the least fun to show up in competitive play? An artifact that causes each player to lose 2 life during their upkeep. An artifact that taps
Mm,
to add 3 mana to your mana pool. An
cool.
enchantment that lets you name a card and stops the card from being cast. An enchantment that stops all creatures from attacking. And a sorcery that destroys all non-land permanents.
Okay.
D maybe? Yeah, it's gotta be D.
Yeah.
If it's competitively costed and it's showing up, then that means creature decks have to play main deck enchantment removal,
Yeah.
and that is not a fun standard environment.
No. Yeah. It's awkward unless there's something like even something like uh what is it called? Braid? No. Uh it's a 2 mana either 3 damage to a creature or destroy an artifact or something like that.
A braid, yeah, or yeah, a braid, yeah,
Yeah, yeah, okay. Then I was yeah. Like something like that but for enchantments. Like
yeah.
even that is kind of obnoxious to carry around.
That was played in Amonkhet standard,
Mm.
although I don't think there were very many artifacts being killed. Well, fucking Dynavolt Tower and the other one, though those weren't ever S tier decks. They were kind of tier 1.5 or whatever.
Mm.
Okay. Which of the following designs would we be most likely to reprint in a standard legal set? Counterspell, Dark Ritual, Lightning Bolt, Llanowar Elves, Swords to Plowshares. Well, one of these has been printed in standard and the rest of them haven't. Around this time, they were actually not doing 1 mana dorks in standard though. But
Mm.
shortly after this, they changed design philosophy to pretty much always want a Llanowar elf type in standard.
Yeah. Yeah. So that makes sense.
And people are thinking that Llanowar elf is going to be printed in that set that's the called like Foundations or whatever. That's going to be standard legal for like 5 years.
It better be.
I
Hold
mean,
on, I gotta put my ice cream in the freezer
that
again.
shit's melted,
Or
dog.
I know, but it'll freeze up again nicely.
Oh
Ah,
yeah. Okay. What is this? Oh god. What the heck is Moss playing? That looks beautiful. Is this Swords and Sandals like 9 or like 15 or something? I don't know how many of those games they've made.
oh my god.
Yeah.
Football was sitting fully on my laptop.
Ooh.
Sometimes I wonder, like, why that, like, my keys have been all messed up or why there's, like, some weird ass typing or, like, there's like, a file open or, like, a bunch of files o but he was fully in there on the lap like, I even, like, closed the lid a little so that he wouldn't be tempted, and
Wants the
he's just like
warmth.
he just wants the worms. "Boy, don't eat the ice cream, that's mine."
Ah,
He's licking the spoon.
let him have it. But as a treat.
Right? Fine. You can have you can you can have
Milky.
go on. Go on and have the spoon. He's so silly. I mean, there's chocolate in it, but not enough that he would get sick or anything.
Okay. Ready?
Yes.
From a design standpoint, what is the biggest problem with this card? Mega Bolt. Well, the name, first off. 3
Okay.
and a
Yeah.
red instant deals 8 damage to target creature. 7 is a more aesthetic number than 8. It blurs the line between black and red. Players
Mm,
might find ways to redirect the damage to their opponents.
mm,
A card dealing this much damage should be a sorcery, maybe?
mm,
Or it's too much
mm.
damage for 4 mana.
To be honest, I think it's E
Yeah.
because they print 5 mana cards that deal 6 damage.
Yeah, I know, right? When is the last time you saw a card that dealt 8 damage?
Never.
Right? Never.
Never. Like, yeah.
Never.
So never. Like never. Like I don't think they do that. Like they don't. Like
I'm
even 7
Skyfalling
is
8
too
damage.
yeah, even yeah.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Oh.
6 mana sorcery. Deal 8 damage to each creature.
Okay. Well, that's an outlier because it's a fucking commander card anyway.
4 mana
And
sorcery. Deal 8 or 3 mana and an X. Deal 8 damage divided among X target creatures.
okay.
Uh, it could be a sorcery. They could print a 4 mana
Yeah.
sorcery that deal 8 damage to a creature or
Mm,
planeswalker.
there's that's 2 cards.
1 card.
And those are okay. Those are relatively recent. Okay. So one of them is for a commander set, and one of them is like a real card, but it's in a very recent set.
Yeah, true.
I think it's just that it's like too it's yeah, it's just too much damage. Like also that it's 3 in a red, like if you look at the cards,
Yeah,
like
red.
red, that's at least something that like prevents you from just building any old deck that throws it in there.
I don't know. I don't like. I don't. I can't think of anything wrong with it being an instant, but it feels wrong being an instant for
Yeah,
dealing 8 damage. It feels like they don't do that.
yeah. I think yeah. It I'm between it
So there are
being a
multiple problems.
sorcery.
What's the biggest problem?
Yeah, okay. I mean,
I think it
okay,
being
if
a
we think back,
sorcery.
yeah, actually, you have a point because if we think back to the thing that we answered before, oh, just let uh play design figure out the mana cost, right?
Yeah.
It could just be like
Yeah.
they just
So
put that there for something,
yeah, the
you know.
mana value is never a big problem.
Yeah. And so probably then it should be a sorcery because doing this at instant speed is like
Weird.
crazy. Yeah.
Okay. Which of these text boxes would most likely be red flagged as highly complex for a common creature? 2 in a white, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. 1 in a red, this creature gets +2/+0 and first strike until end of turn. When blank enters, target
uh,
creature gets +2 and +2 and trample until end of turn. Whenever it attacks, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn. Whenever another creature enters the battlefield under your control, this gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Um, for a common, I think D. We've seen something like C on a common in Bloomborough, the frog duo.
yeah.
2 in a red gets first strike and +2/+0. It could be. Not thinking of anything like that too recently, but this was around Dominaria time, which kind of had things like that going on.
Mm,
2 in a white, target creature gets +1/+1 until end turn. That's just not good. That's like bad, pretty much.
mm.
That's definitely playable in common. You got a magic missile. Hi, Elder. Hi. And then whenever another creature enters under your control, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn. It could be that, but I'm not
I think
sure.
it's D because if it's common, if it's a common creature, and then you get 3 of these during your draft,
Mm,
because it's not that crazy to imagine that you could get 3 or more common creatures,
yeah.
uh, and then they would all trigger and affect each other.
Is the one that's in Duskmorn, is that one an uncommon? It has to be, right?
Not sure. Which one are you talking?
There's a 5 mana glimmer thingy. 5 mana glimmer. I hope this will just find a Lionheart Glimmer. Okay, it's an uncommon.
Yeah.
Okay.
What does it do exactly?
Whenever you attack, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, and it has ward
Right.
2.
Well, that only okay, so that is even like even on an uncommon, that only triggers once.
Yeah.
You
Thank you,
gotta
Elder.
drink something.
Yeah. I take a sippy.
Gotta
Like
also
that's
take a
50
sippy.
point thirst. Thank you. Yeah, I
Yeah.
think it's D. Well, like I can see
I
it
think
being
it's gotta
playable.
be D, because well, okay, so I think it's just that because it can stack
E?
up like D. D.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Like dog.
But
Yeah.
E, you see that most of the time on uncommons, I feel like. Well, you see D also most of the time on uncommons too. I think I've never seen a common E, where I may have seen a common D.
I think you can see a common E.
Okay, we'll go D.
Yeah.
We did D for the past 4.
Oh no. Whoever made this test is psychologically torturing us.
All right, you're playing a multiplayer game. Which pair of mechanics
Okay.
would cause the most confusion if they frequently appeared together in a play environment? Devour and exploit. I don't know what those fucking are.
Okay, so exploit is
Oh,
like
sacrifice a creature.
yeah, sacrifice a creature and then something happens on the from the entering creature.
Yeah,
You can
exploit it. Yeah.
also exploit itself, I think.
Oh, cool.
Um Devour is something to do with Eldrazi, I think.
That's Annihilator, no? I'll look it up real quick. Devour.
It's
Oh, you
Jun's
may
signature mechanic.
sacrifice any number of
Okay.
creatures, and then it enters with that many one counters on it.
Hmm.
So that's 2 things that care about sacrificing when it enters. That's a little bit
Yeah.
weird.
Mm,
I feel like they would never print both of those mechanics in one set, but this is a multiplayer game, so it's weird. They're not talking about a single set. They're talking about a
I think
multiplayer
it's
game with a play environment, but they don't define the play environment.
I think Devour and Exploit is fine. I think they can work together okay.
Okay, I looked ahead. It's
Um,
probably Myriad and Battalion.
oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Actually, true.
Let me.
Because Battalion is about multiple creatures attacking.
Yeah. Yeah, that's gotta be. It's gotta be that. I don't know what formidable is. Oh, is that like if its
Isn't
power is
that
4
eight
more or something?
power?
8 power. Yeah, the
Yeah.
fabricate and formidable
Formidable was
don't
designed as an
matter.
evolution of Ferocious. Instead of 4 power focused on one creature, 8 could be distributed amongst many.
Weird. Okay.
Uh,
So E, Myriad and Battalion. That is weird.
Probably, yeah.
If we printed an enchantment with the same text as stabilizer, players can't cycle cards. What color should it be? What? This is a hard question, I feel like. An enchantment with the same text as so players can't cycle cards. White is kind of Staxy, but is it
Mm,
maybe we're looking for the enemy of black and white, or not black and white, blue and white.
mm.
What's the enemy of blue and white?
I'm thinking. Hold on. I'm thinking. I'm cooking. Okay. So blue is about knowledge and about like drawing cards. So cycling is discarding drawing, right?
Yeah.
Not that.
Well, cycling is
Uh,
discard the card with cycling from your
yeah,
hand and draw a card.
yeah, yeah. Um, red. That I mean, that's looting, isn't it?
What?
No, it's not
Discard a
looting.
card,
It's
draw a card?
yeah,
Yeah, that's looting.
yeah. Okay.
Or no, that's rummaging. Sorry.
Rummaging. Okay, yeah. So like, red would like to do this because that's in its color eye.
Weird.
Black cares
Blue.
about
Okay.
discarding cards.
The blue, white, red is the color of the cycling deck, commander deck that they printed the Gavi. Um,
Yeah.
so I'm just wondering if the enchantment should be a card that prevents people from doing it. I can't tell if what I can't tell what's more important, that the card is the color that typically does these effects, or the card is the color that people are playing if they're not playing cycling. I can't tell
Hmm.
which one is the one that they want here.
Okay, so well, black also cares about cycling.
Not necessarily.
I'm gonna fight you. Hold on. I'm gonna fight you with facts and logic. Hold on. Uh,
Let's do it. Let's fight with facts and logic. It does. It does. In
it
Amonkhet
does.
specifically.
Okay, so if we like, okay, I'm looking up Cycle Storm, which is a popper deck that involves cycling naturally. Uh,
Yeah, Amonkhet is
so
the only set they've printed black cycling cards in like non that isn't like a part of a cycle in itself.
yeah. Hmm. Okay, but Street Wraith
Oh, that's isn't that Time Spiral?
is it? I mean, it's also in Dominaria remastered.
What? What? Wow, interesting. But no, that was originally a future sight card. Okay, so
Ah, okay, fine.
that was originally something that Black specifically couldn't do.
Fine.
Moss was in shock at the progress you made in 20 minutes. About 4 questions. I'm sorry.
Oh my god.
We're 2/3 done after this one.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, weird. This is really niche. They're just worried we'll get too tired. Probably not.
I'll be okay.
Mhm.
So, well, Black cares a lot about graveyards and things. So it kind of also wouldn't make a lot of sense in my eyes for Black to make it so that you can't cycle cards. Because Black likes discard, black likes graveyard things, black likes
Okay, so
like
green.
milling you. Yeah, I'm thinking green because
Okay.
green is the only one that doesn't have a strong presence of like cards that have cycling. It doesn't have uh it doesn't necessarily care about graveyards. I mean, combined with black, yeah, it cares about graveyards, but by itself, it doesn't have a huge like it's okay with graveyards, but it's mostly about its own graveyard. Um,
Yeah.
and yeah, so like it probably also would benefit from not allowing other people to discard draw because one of its like weaknesses is mainly that it doesn't have strong card draw options itself.
Okay. Just it's a weird question. I could very easily see us getting that one wrong. And I think they write like
Yeah.
explanations for each one. God,
Mm.
we have to answer check even when we're done with the thing.
Oh my god. It's
It's
okay. It's fine.
fine.
It's fine. It's
Hmm.
fine.
Okay. What are the
Fine.
most appropriate colors for this card? Junk Pile Engineer, red. 3 mana Human Artificer, 3/2. 2 mana Sacrifice an Artifact. Look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the CMC of the sacrificed artifact. Put one of them into your hand and the rest in the bottom of your library in a random order. It's got to be blue red.
What? Blue red? What are you talking about?
What do you think? Red
Black
black.
red? Yeah.
Sure,
Because you're
sure.
sacrificing.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Black red. What is the most appropriate rarity for that card? It could be an uncommon. It could be the signpost uncommon of that set.
Mm.
Very easily, it could be the sign. That's literally the signpost uncommon of Black Red and Duskmourn, except
Yeah. Fair enough.
for it sacrifices a creature or enchantment and you deal damage or whatever
Mm.
instead of drawing a
Well,
card. Yeah, that's a little bit different. Hmm.
it really depends, I think, on the set.
Yeah.
Because if you think about, okay, so I know this that the Brothers War came out long after this thing,
Yeah.
this quiz came out,
Mm-hmm.
but the way that you have the prototype, this would be a huge cheat for your prototype cards because
Mm-hmm.
you cast the prototype spell and then you get the full mana value uh worth of,
True.
yeah, of looking through
Hmm.
cards.
What do you want to put it as?
Hmm.
Uncommon doesn't get to draw cards that easily. Well, it does. Well, it doesn't get a look. See, there's an uncommon in the new set that's like at your end step you may discard a card if you do draw a card or something like that. And then like
Okay.
if you put a face down permanent on the battlefield this turn, you don't have to discard.
Okay, first of all, this is at instant speed.
True. Okay, I'm convinced rare.
Yeah. You also put it into your hand,
Yeah.
which is uh worse than putting it into the battlefield, but more fair.
Oh yeah, if you put it on the battlefield, it was probably mythic rare,
Yeah.
without a doubt. Actually,
Yeah.
which of the changes are they most likely to make? Change
Mm.
the number of cards looked at to a locked number rather than caring about converted mana cost. Probably not. How would you choose what
Mm.
number? Well, maybe look at the top 2 cards of your library. Put one of
Yeah.
them in your hand. That could happen. Give the creature haste. That seems a little bit
No,
random.
it's unnecessary.
Make the power and toughness the same. Whatever. Make it a 3/3 or make it a 2/2. I don't know about that. Add the ability
No,
to tap, put an artifact from your hand onto the battlefield. No. Put the
no.
cards revealed into the graveyard. Ooh. That seems pretty powerful.
Maybe.
I think the
I
first one's pretty reasonable.
yeah. Well, let me think.
That makes it less complex too.
Yeah. I mean, okay, so well, let's think it through a little bit more. So, in the text, it's quite long. And also if you consider like the design sensibilities of today, like there's a lot of stuff like treasure tokens,
Yeah.
uh like any type of clues, blood, etc., which makes it very easy for you to just like cast something that produces one of these tokens
Yeah.
and then looking at these cards.
I think that's
And
still
at
a good
least,
rare though. I think that's
yeah,
still fine for a rare power level.
I think so.
I think
Yeah.
that it makes it a different card for sure. It changes the deck that it's played in quite a bit because you want to sacrifice low cost enchantments or artifacts. I mean, instead
Yeah.
of big ones. It just completely changes what deck it's put in. Maybe that means
Yeah.
that they're less likely to do it though if it completely changes the way it plays.
However, having a bunch of tokens or low cost artifacts laying around the battlefield is kind of annoying from a player's side of things, which
Sure.
is what I would like.
Turning them into
So if you
value is
have,
fun.
huh?
Turning them into value with this card would be fun, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, partially it's like something that can happen. Like, the thing is, as a player, you're probably not going to, even if you can go through like 10 cards, let's say, I guess you're sacrificing, I don't know,
The wandering fucking
Blightsteel
building.
Colossus
Oh, that too.
or that. Let's just say you're sacrificing Blightsteel Colossus. Blightsteel is probably one of the best cards in your deck already. So even if you go through all the rest of your cards in your deck for that and putting something to your hand, it's like uh, tutoring things is not necessarily good in, let's say, limited, because in limited, once you get your best card out, that's kind of like you just have one copy of it. Bam. And having lots of little things laying around, like, okay, we played an ornithopter, but now we already got out like our big creature. Why don't I just, you know, look
Yeah,
through the deck instead of like, you know, like you're often going to have mana laying around in the late game that you could be using on something more like a new thing to cast, and getting rid of a small thing or two actually makes the battlefield less complex. And then looking through those cards, having it be like you look at two, choose one, put one on the bottom, put one in your hand. That like
that seems good.
that's actually that's pretty good. I think that's pretty good. So I think that since it also changes the text to be simpler, I think A makes the most sense.
Well, okay.
Um, yeah.
That change does make it into a much more fun card that works way better with everything that they've ever designed. But
Okay. But
that's not necessarily the question. Which of the following changes is set design most likely to make? What if this is what they want it to be, basically, you know? I don't know. Like, A changes it into better designed card, but it's
Yeah.
undeniably a different card by a wide
Yeah.
margin. So maybe they don't want a different card. In that case, I would say E
Mm,
maybe to make it so that
yeah.
you like mill yourself out potentially to put a downside to it. I don't know.
Okay.
We can go with
So,
A.
well, all right. A, I think, is the better design overall. B,
Yes.
C, and D make no sense and are really bad
Mhm.
for the like
Well,
they're
C is
either
just
really bad,
whatever.
yeah, like they're either really bad or meh or unimportant. But E, putting cards into the graveyard, well,
I think that changes the card less than A does.
that might be true, but let me think. Okay.
We needed
So
a time limit for each question.
no.
I think there was one question where we were like just talking for like an hour about other stuff.
Doesn't matter. We're
It
having a
doesn't.
great time.
I am having a great time.
Yeah. Okay, so the thing is,
I just feel bad because I feel like I was supposed to do something with Moss, even though it wasn't like an agreed upon
oh,
thing.
mm, mm, mm,
It's okay.
mm, I'm thinking. Okay, so the thing is, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the converted mana cost of the sacrifice card. If you put that into your graveyard, okay, there are things that allow you to shuffle your graveyard back into your deck. There's things that
Well,
allow you
whatever.
to put stuff from your graveyard back into your deck. There's dredge, there's all of these different things. And once you get out your the thing is, once you get out your biggest thing, you're either probably winning or it's too late already.
Yeah. Okay.
If you're just putting cards into the graveyard, you not only need this, but also potentially something to recur stuff from your graveyard.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah. It really depends
Getting
on the set
stuff,
that this is being put into.
yeah, getting stuff out of the bottom of your deck is much harder
Maybe
than getting it out of your graveyard.
what if hear me out. Which of the
Mm.
following changes is set design most likely to make? C, because it's the simplest change. It's the simplest change. It's the smallest change, so they're the most likely to make it, right? Maybe?
No.
It doesn't change what the card does at all. Huh?
Mm.
It so
In a
barely changes the
way,
card.
in a way, you're kind of right.
I'm going with C.
Okay.
We'll see.
Mm.
Okay. What are the most appropriate colors for this card? Dead Man Walking, 7 mana, 1/1 shapeshifter wizard. When it enters, return a creature from any graveyard to the battlefield under your control. All creatures then become copies of that creature.
Blue black.
Yeah, blue black.
Yeah.
It has to have black in it,
Fucking
and none of the other. Oh wait, black. Okay, black green. No, it's definitely not black green. All right, easy.
fucking scornful egotist ass.
What's the most appropriate rarity for it? Probably mythic rare. No, rare or mythic.
Mythic.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Because
it changes all of your stuff. Yeah.
yeah.
What change wouldn't they make? What color did we say it was? Blue black.
Yeah.
Okay, give it flash. Have it only get creatures from your graveyard. Have it only get creatures out of the opponent's graveyard. Have the returned creature be sacrificed. Make it a 0/0. They would not have it
Okay.
be a 0/0. Does it die? Wait, does it die? Yes, it
Incorrect.
dies. It dies.
What? Oh,
You play it. This ability goes on the stack. Then state-based actions are checked and it dies.
mm,
And then this ability resolves.
I see.
They would not make it a 0/0. That doesn't make any sense.
Is that true? I guess.
I'm a rules advisor. Yeah, so you cast it. It enters the battlefield. This goes on the stack. And then,
Yeah.
yeah, before this resolves, your creature dies. Okay. 57. You're designing a set that returns to a plane we've been to before and plan to have humans, wolves, and spirits. Which would be the most.
Innistrad! Innistrad!
That's Innistrad. I know that
It's Innistrad!
one.
I know him!
Which of the following attributes can a card in a standard legal set not mechanically care about? Expansion symbol.
Yeah. There's only one card that exists that cares about expansion symbol, right?
I can only think of one, but there might be more.
Okay. Like Rare Be Gone
Oh, that's not the one I was thinking
and
of. Okay.
the one that says like no uh
All cards from the Homelands expansion are
yeah,
buried.
yeah, get rid of those one. Fuck that. Yeah. Fuck
What a
that.
card. What a card. Fuck that set. Which,
I love how in old Magic they were just like, you know what? If you're playing green, fuck you, die. And then they just were like, they no more. You can't cast creatures of this color. Lands don't make this color of mana anymore. But whatever. It's like fuck you for even thinking that you could try to play that against me.
um, which of the following abilities is R&D least likely to put on a mono red creature in an upcoming set? Mana cost, card name gets +1/+0 until end of turn, so fire breathing. Well, they would put that on a mono red creature.
They definitely would.
Shivan Dragon. Card name must attack if able. Yeah. Mono
Yeah.
red, yeah. When it enters, return target sorcery from your graveyard to your hand. See, that one's a little interesting that it only says sorcery. That's a little weird. That's
You're a little
that makes me
weird.
think it's less likely. Tap, draw a
Yeah,
card,
'cause
then
a lot
discard a
of
card.
yeah,
And creatures you control have
'cause it
haste.
I think it's C.
Yeah.
'Cause also a lot of mono red decks just have, like, instants because of the, like,
Although this
bolts
is
and
not
things.
on very many creatures. But I guess this is probably on least less creatures.
I mean, I
I know
know a
there's on a
mono red
few.
creature with
Urbrask.
creatures you control have haste. Also Tuk Tuk Rubble Fort.
Not familiar. Okay.
Uncultured Swine.
Ah!
It's just some random like common or uncommon defender creature with like 0/3s from
Oh,
like Zendikar or something. So it's like it's not really that
yeah.
memorable or anything. I just have used it as like a haste outlet.
Mhm. According to current design standards, which of the following ETB effects is least likely to be on a common creature? Destroy target enchantment an opponent controls. Return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Target creature can't block this turn. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. That's definitely possible. Not like as the answer. That's definitely not the answer. You may return target creature to its owner's hand. That's not the answer. Enter the battlefield. Target creature can't block this turn. Doesn't seem that common.
Mm,
Enter the battlefield, return a creature from your grave to your hand. Doesn't seem that common. Destroy
mm,
target enchantment and opponent controls. Possible on a common. Seems more like it's something an
mm,
uncommon does, but Rex Sage is a common, right? Or is that an
mm,
uncommon?
not sure.
Acclamation Sage. That's an uncommon every time it's been printed.
Wow. Okay. Then I guess it's that one.
Yeah, I guess so, huh?
Yeah.
Which of the following sets isn't designed around factions? Amonkhet, Ixalan, Khans of Tarkir, Ravnica, Shards of Alara.
Amonkhet?
Yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
Amonkhet.
Fucking shards, fucking cons, fucking Ravnica. They're all around factions. Ixalan is merfolk, pirates, vampires, and dinos.
Yeah. Which of the following mechanics would be the best fit for the Simic Combine from Ravnica? Oh,
Proliferate,
okay.
proliferate,
Okay.
proliferate,
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 proliferate, proliferate,
proliferate, proliferate.
proliferate. 63. Secondary. This is the color or colors that an ability shows up on a somewhat regular basis, but not as often as the primary, and not always in as low of rarity as the primary. If the effect is something we do a lot of, the secondary color will usually get the ability in most sets. Which color is secondary at trample? Red. Red.
Red. Yeah, red.
Okay. Again, which color is secondary at haste? Green?
Hmm.
What else? Black.
Hmm.
Black is tertiary in haste.
Yeah.
Blue doesn't have
Green.
haste. White doesn't really have haste.
Oh. I guess it's green.
But yeah, green doesn't always get haste, but it does. But when it does show up, it is higher rarity.
That's true. That's true.
Which color is secondary at vigilance? So white is primary. Green sometimes gets
I'd say
vigilance.
green. I would say green.
Um, what
Because we answered
kind?
earlier about the green black card
Yeah.
and it had vigilance.
Yeah.
So that's gotta be I think that's gotta be secondary.
Okay. What kind of creatures can green destroy? Artifact creatures and flying creatures? Yes.
Mm, mhm.
Attacking creatures and blocking creatures? No, that's white.
No.
Blue creatures and black creatures? Tap creatures and enchanted creatures? No. That's
No.
black. White creatures and
Oh,
red creatures. Okay, so yeah, artifact creatures and flying creatures. Which of the
agree.
following mechanics is not an ability word? Hellbent? Okay, sorry. Awaken, Delirium, Hellbent, Landfall, Morbid.
An
Oh,
ability word.
Awaken 4 is an ability keyword. Delirium. What is Delirium again? Delirium. Is that like, what the hell? Delir. How do you spell this?
It's probably a
Delirium. Yeah, that's what I'm doing now. I'm sorry. Four
okay, okay.
types. What? Oh, where the name includes delirium. Whoopsies, whoopsies, whoopsies. Four types. Oh, that's the new. Oh, that's in the most recent set. What am I fucking thinking of? Delirium
Yeah.
isn't an ability keyword.
No.
What about
It's just a
Hellbent?
status effect. Hellbent is
Mm-hmm.
when you're out of cards in hand.
Well, this also isn't necessarily an ability keyword.
Mm,
Hellbent and delirium are essentially the same thing.
mm.
Landfall is what's morbid.
Morbid is if something just died
If
this
something
turn.
died this turn, I feel like
Yeah.
that's not an ability keyword because that's Maybe it is.
Mm, mm.
What's the question? Well, you can literally Google this one. Like you can literally Google this one, and you weren't like not allowed to Google when you were taking this test.
True. This
MTG
test is only for the most powerful
MTG ability words.
Googlers.
Delirium. An ability word appears in italics at the beginning of some abilities. Don't
Oh, then
cheat.
it's awaken. Then
And
it's
it's a
awakened.
true, true. Delirium, Hellbent, Landfall. Yeah, it's awaken. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Not an open book test. Okay. Why doesn't common often have 7 mana instants and sorceries? Um. It makes the math too hard. They are hard to design. It's too complex for beginners. It's too impactful for common. Common creatures need to be more expensive than the instants and sorceries. Doesn't have to do with math. Probably doesn't have to do with they're hard to design. Probably isn't too complex. It might be too impactful for common. And common creatures need to be more expensive than instants and sorceries. Maybe. Not necessarily though. I think it's too impactful for common.
Yeah, I think it's that one. I really don't see any of the other ones.
All right, question 69. Which world has had the most expansions set on it? I wonder if this answer has changed, but it's definitely Dominaria.
Yeah.
Because like before they were really doing planes, every set was kind of just set on Dominaria.
Yeah. Where are we putting this? Dominaria. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. A linear mechanic is one that encourages players to build around a specific aspect. Which of the following mechanics is the least linear? Delirium, energy, morph, rally, transform. What does linear mean in this context?
Good question.
The most contrived, the most like weird thing to do.
Hmm. I mean, okay, so
I put two answers for 23. I did. Because Elf and I disagree, and weren't coming to a conclusion. Weren't coming to a consensus.
okay. Energy is very linear because you need to have energy to play energy cards.
Yes, and Delirium is very very
Morph
linear.
isn't.
Uh, yeah, well, Morph is pretty linear. What is Rally again? Is that like
It's tied to the ally creature type.
what?
It triggers whenever an ally enters the battlefield.
What? When have what? Okay, well that's super linear.
Yeah. And then
Transform.
transform.
Transform. I know what transform does. It's not very linear.
Turn a double-faced card on the backside, changing the card face that is visible.
Either transform
Um,
or morph.
so it's similar to like werewolves. Is a good
Yeah,
example.
but transform
Okay.
you need two. You need two different cards.
No,
Yeah,
no.
every transform
Why?
card is two cards. Or not every. Wait. No, I'm
Transform
thinking
cards
of
are a front and a
meld.
back.
Yeah, sorry, I'm
Yeah,
thinking of
yeah.
meld.
Thinking melt. I would say delirium because delirium requires you to have multiple different types of things in your
True,
graveyard.
true. You got a point.
So so uh
You need like
to get
enchantments
those
and artifacts in your deck.
yeah. Well,
True.
okay, so it requires a couple of it requires a couple of things. So it requires you to have something to get those into your graveyard. So that's either self mill or something that sacrifices like the lands that tap sacrifice get another land in So that will put a land in your graveyard. But you also need to remember, yes, I need instants, sorceries, artifacts, enchantments, creatures, lands, and all of those things, and now battles and planeswalkers as well. Uh, those are all different things that I could have to put in my graveyard. And
Mm-hmm.
uh being able to remember to get those in like not just like, well, okay, I got one of each, now I'm good. It's like, no, you need multiple of each. And it helps if, for example, like some of your cards say, oh, this cares about enchantments, but if you're not just playing exclusively enchantments, you have to do like you
Yeah.
have to do stuff that messes around with like all of those different things. So it's definitely delirium
Yeah.
that is the most complex.
I googled this next question. It's Popper.
Okay. Okay.
Well, like,
Why?
it's
Show me it.
oh, power conduit.
Yeah.
Like, I didn't Google the answer to this question. I Googled
Power
what
conduit.
the question was asking, basically.
Okay.
Like, I did what was legal.
Okay. Yeah. Then
Yeah,
if it's popper, then it's popper.
yeah. Well, currently at least. I
Hmm.
mean, and then it was not legal in it back then either. It could be legal in the future though. Probably isn't going to be.
Yeah.
Which of the following is the most important reason that some cards' mana costs are higher than others? Higher mana costs are a hint to new players that the cards are more powerful. Nope. So that people will play them later in the game. Maybe. To encourage players to put more lands in their deck. No.
Mm,
To encourage players to splash an additional color in their decks. No. To make the
mm.
cards different. Not
Uh,
really.
no. Yeah. So that they are played later.
Yep. Which of the following is the most important reason for the color pie to exist? It adds more symbols to the game. No. It allows a wider variety of costs. No. It encourages deck and gameplay diversity. Promote almost definitely.
Yeah.
It expands the color palette usable in the art. It increases the number of distinct cards that can be designed. Ooh.
Mm.
Ooh. Hmm. I think it's still C though. Yikes, those are such
Yes.
similar answers, basically.
Okay. Well, I think if we think about, mm,
Well, I guess
so
okay. I have a reason it's
mhm,
not E.
okay.
If the color pie didn't exist, there would be no rules necessarily for them to follow. So the color pie existing inherently creates a limit of distinct cards that can be designed.
Yeah. So part of the thing is that I think that if you look at the way that they moderate the decks in the meta, uh, they try to discourage um 5 color good stuff piles, basically.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay. Yeah, see, makes sense there.
yeah. Like I think so one of the reasons that you would have colors like this is like the reason that they aren't printing a whole bunch of like really easy mana fixing in like common, for example, is because they don't want to just make it super easy for you to put any old color in your deck. Like
Yeah.
the more colors that you have in your deck, it needs to be a trade off. It needs to be a cost
Yeah.
because that allows you, like, people with a more straightforward game plan, like going all mono red, is part of what allows you to be so fast and efficient at setting up your kills. Uh, and doing stuff like color pie breaks also is uh like it's supposed to be unusual and like a lot of them aren't necessarily good even. They're just to be examples of things. Like just that like with a mana system like Magic has, that there are individual cards which are lands, and you need to put different colored lands in your decks, and you need to have like uh dual colored or tricolored lands, and those have such expensive costs. Like those are an important aspect of Magic at a fundamental level, because otherwise it just wouldn't matter that much,
All right.
and it would be pretty bland in my opinion. So I think that it's because it's deck and gameplay diversity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Which of the following effects is design allowed to use on a standard legal black bordered card? Affecting a future game with the same opponent. That could be funny, but that doesn't work within the current rules.
No.
Having a card coexist in more than one zone. That doesn't work within the rules. Making
No.
a choice secret from the other players. They did this in the new Ixalan set.
Yeah, true.
Putting a card in your hand that you do not own. No, they'll never do that. And rolling a 6-sided die. Did they do D6s or was it only D8s? Or D20s, I mean.
I
Have they
don't
done
know.
D6s? I guess you can search D6. Hello? Roll a D6. Well, it's not in standard, obviously. But
Okay,
there are 4
yeah.
cards where you can roll a D6.
Well,
Wait. They did print Maddening Hex as a special guest in Duskmourn. So it is printed in a standard legal set, but it itself is not standard legal.
okay.
Oh,
Yeah.
but it's on a standard legal black bordered card. Okay. Not allowed to
I
be
think
put in a standard legal set.
yeah. I think it's just making a choice secret from the other
Yeah.
players. Because you can like write it down and then put it under the card or something, or
Yeah.
just like, hideaway.
Yeah.
Like that I think would
Well,
qualify as a choice that's secret.
I mean, there's a million things that do stuff like Hideaway.
Yeah.
That aren't this specific effect that they're talking about. Do you know the one in Ixalan
Yeah.
that I'm talking about?
Not
The It's called
exactly.
like Among Us or something. There's a killer Among Us or
Among
something.
Us. Among
Literally
Us.
a killer Among Us.
Mm.
When it enters the battlefield, create a 1/1 human, goblin, and merfolk. Then secretly choose human, goblin, or merfolk. Sacrifice this, reveal the chosen type. If target attacking creature token is the chosen type, put 3 1/1 counters on it and gains death touch until end of turn.
Dun, dun, dun.
So yeah.
Suspicious.
All right. Final question.
Uh,
You're designing a card with a CMC of 10. Which of these card types is it least likely to be? Artifact, creature, enchantment, instant, or sorcery? My gut says instant.
agree.
All right. No discussion needed. I think
All right, we
KQ
gotta
started
grade
keeping track.
ourselves.
You've graded up to 49. Okay, so we can.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
So Elf and I will go backwards then.
So how good have we been?
You wouldn't say instant? Hi Roxas, hi Bandit Queen. What name a 10 mana instant? Name a 10 mana instant.
Great question. I don't know. Okay.
Commit to Memory is the only 10 converted mana cost instant.
Get wrecked.
You know what?
It's also a sorcery on one side.
Oh yeah, true. But
Fuck
hey,
you.
this You know what? You're designing a. Oh, right. It's both. Interesting. Well, in the graveyard, it's an instant. I think, or is it both? Blood for the blood god. Is that a card? I feel like it could be. Blood for the blood god. 11 mana instant. It costs one less to cast for each creature that died this turn. True, true. Okay, well, how about this? We can math this last one out.
Okay.
Mana value greater than or equal to 10. Search. Sort by type. Is that it? Is that a thing? No, it isn't a thing.
Mm.
Sort by. Okay. Color. No. Okay. Plenty of artifacts. There's a sorcery. There's a plenty of creatures. There's a blink moth. Another super expensive instant. There's a couple of these room enchantments.
We all know how popular the Blink Moth card was.
Mm-hmm.
A useful Blink Moth infusion was.
Mm-hmm. So it could be enchantment. Hold up, hold up. It could be enchantment.
Oh.
I'm not seeing any 10 CMC enchantments except for rooms that just came out.
Okay.
Oh, Omniscience is a 10 mana enchantment. Lots of sorceries.
Hmm.
Lots of creatures. Not a whole lot of just straight up artifacts, but there are a few. But lots of artifact creatures. Yeah, it looks like it's either artifact or instant, but I feel like artifact can be 10 pretty
No,
easily.
enchantment or instant. I
Yeah,
think enchantment actually.
Yeah, there wasn't a single 10 mana enchantment that wasn't a room. I think.
There was one. It was
Oh,
just the
omniscience. It was just
omniscience.
omniscience. It was
Yeah.
just omniscience. Wow.
Okay.
There's like 3 instants that cost 10 or more.
Hmm. Then yeah, we got to change our answer before the final grade is in.
Okay. You're so right, Bandit Queen. You got it. Wow. Wow. Help from the chat. Though we
Thank you,
should.
chat.
We are allowed to Google, so we should have Googled it. But
Should
it's
have.
the end of it. We've been doing this for 4 hours. I'm out of here.
I'll take it.
It's the answer is D, instant.
I'm fighting them. I'm fighting Wizards of the Coast. I'm going to bite their ankles.
Okay. So 75 we got wrong. 74 is C, we got right. 73 is C, we got right. 72 is B. 71 is D. 70 is E. We got 70. We got number 70 wrong. 69 we got right. 68. What, Kiki, what are you
Gotta
up
mark
to?
the ones that we got wrong with like a red or something.
I'm writing Y or N on the right. Yeah, sorry, Kiki, I realized that. You're at 55. Okay. I'll stop counting.
Are you muted?
No, I'm just not saying anything while I'm doing this.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay, I got to 57. I assume you finished 56, Kiki? No. Okay, I'll do 56. Okay, we got 56, right? So 1, 2, We got 5 wrong from 56 to 75. Yeah, we got 5 wrong.
Uh,
Are you oh, you were okay. So you also Kiki also tracked which one was right. Okay. Kiki, would you mind joining the call and telling us which one? Yeah, just going through this with us real quick. Like, or just sending me that notepad, I guess, would also work.
yeah.
Okay, and then let me see what the answers were for the ones that we got wrong real quick. 70, 64, 60, B, 59D. I don't know what's happening. It won't save like normal. Uh-oh.
Uh-huh.
Hmm. Well, you could just send me the text on Discord. I wonder how we did. We know we got at least 5 wrong, so we definitely didn't make it into the finals.
Uh,
We're not going to be designers. We have some learning to do. I'm surprised it wasn't enchantment with only 1 enchantment and 3 instance. But I guess at least one of them was printed way after this test.
Wizards was wrong about their own test. Unbelievable.
Okay, are we ready to go over these answers?
Yeah.
We got number 2 wrong.
No. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
We got number 2 wrong. And then okay. Number 2 we put common. It is an uncommon. We got number 4 wrong. Somehow we put blue red. The answer is red green apparently. Interesting. We did say that as a possibility.
Yeah.
We got number 6 wrong. We put D. We put change hexproof to this creature must be blocked this turn if able. Well, I guess it makes sense that we got this wrong if we got the color combination wrong.
True.
The
Yeah.
answer is change haste to double strike. Weird. Weird. Okay. Then we got a bunch right. Then we go down to 21. We got we put the each deck has a brand new theme. Wow. The answer is inspires new decks. Wow. I
Okay.
23 we put different answers. I was right. It's the 4 mana 4/4.
Yeah.
And then we got a bunch right. Then 36. 36 we put A. Is it? What? It's okay. Kiki marked that we got this one wrong, even though we got this one right. Never mind.
Kiki shaming us.
Then
Kiki mad that we're
mhm.
living our best life as designers, hopefully.
We got 47 wrong. We got Mega Bolt wrong. We
Ah,
put D. It should be a sorcery. It blurs the line between black and red. What?
hmm,
What?
doubt. How?
I don't know.
Doesn't it say at the bottom?
I thought it
Like, it
did.
gives explanations.
I thought it did. Oh, it does. Okay.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
It just wasn't loaded, maybe? Wait, they didn't do all of it.
They didn't finish it. Oh.
What? Join me next week for part 2. Join me next week for part 2.
Oh,
Magic Evolution part 2.
what the fuck?
Okay, well,
Okay. Well, we only have explanations for half of them,
yeah,
so
the okay.
rip.
And then we got 48 wrong. We put D. We put whenever attacks creatures you control get +1/+1. It's
Hmm.
A. This is the one I thought was least likely to be it, because it just is bad, basically.
Hmm. Well, it might be because it says target creature and it's repeatable.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
I guess that is complex. You have to think like if there's
yeah.
like 4 creatures on the battlefield and they have like 2 blockers, that is pretty complex.
Yeah. And so it probably needs to be this creature gets +1/+1 or only happens once per turn or something like
Mm,
that.
okay, then we got 50 wrong. I wasn't confident about this one.
Uh, yeah.
We put
What does it say?
E green. It is A white. Sure.
Mm.
White just has Staxy enchantments.
White is just stacks. I mean, despite that there's like Astral Drift or Astral Slide or stuff like these.
Okay, we got 51 wrong. We put black red. It's blue red.
Okay.
And then 53 is wrong.
Uh,
It was A.
mm,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
It's a better design.
It is a better
It's a better
design.
design.
I was trying to play mind games.
You you totally minded me game the whole
Mm-hmm.
way.
And then 55, we got wrong. We put
Mm,
the mythic rare.
mm,
Kiki said we got it wrong, but we got it right.
okay. Kiki yet again.
Mind Goblin. Hey, Brainy Man. I changed the thing. I'm sorry. Okay, then the next one we got wrong was 59. We
Fine.
put C. When it enters, return a sorcery. It was tap, draw a card, then discard a card.
Okay.
Weird. Okay.
Probably because it's more of a blue creature thing, but not really.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. Maybe if it says discard a card, then draw a card.
Mm,
That's literally. Oh wait. Oh wait. Never mind. Never mind.
yeah.
Yeah, okay. We got 60 wrong. We put A, destroy an enchantment an opponent controls. It is B, return a creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Yeah, I guess it's not very common for an enter
I
the battlefield
suppose.
effect.
Yeah.
Um, 64.
Fine.
Also, these answers are kind of subjective. You know, these questions don't necessarily have definitive answers. Some of them. But
Wizards apparently thought so.
well, yeah, these are the answers Wizards things, but Wizards doesn't have like complete knowledge of everything in their game. You know.
Yeah.
Like they can't understand the entire breadth of it all at the same time. We got
Mm,
64 wrong. We put
mm,
E green. It's C black. Black haste. What haste
grr.
thing? What black creatures have haste?
Yawgmoth.
No.
Um, let's see. Blightsteel Colossus.
No?
Uh,
Rankle. Rankle.
Rankle. Okay. Yeah.
You got us.
Let's see. Uh, what's other? Um, my cat. Wingman.
Cat.
Wingman, what you doing?
Banehound.
Oh yeah.
1 mana, 1/1 lifelink haste.
Hmm.
Black Bridge Troll. True, there are a few of them. There are a few out there.
Couple. There are some.
All
Oh
right.
yeah. What's that on your
70.
nose? What are you
70.
doing?
We put A Delirium. It's E Transform apparently.
God.
Okay.
Fighting Wizards of the Coast.
Yep. And then 75. Yeah, we got wrong. It's instant, not enchantment.
They're so wrong.
So
There are
now,
fewer there are
yeah.
fewer enchantments.
Okay, so that is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wrong there. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. So I got 14 wrong. You got 15 wrong.
Oh man. Also, here's the thing. What if what if we designed a card that's an instant with split second that costs 10
Why?
to be the most useless foreseeable thing possible?
All right. Start designing it, and I'll judge it.
Okay. I'm on it.
Okay. Wow, that sucks. I got 61 out of 75. Hey, at least it's not a C or not lower than a C. That's 81%. I got a B. There's a
Yippee!
60 out of 75 is still a B as well.
Yippee!
Exactly 80%. 80% is pretty good.
Oh yeah. What
Wow,
you doing?
we did worse than I was expecting.
Meh,
Just barely,
there's
just by a
always
little
two more.
bit.
There's two more designer quests.
I don't know if there is. I don't know if there were tests like this for the other ones.
Probably because this test dumb.
We can do the other. We could do the other stages, which involves a lot of brain power, a lot of work.
My
Like
brain.
design an 8 card set around carnival theme or something like that is one of them.
Oh, that sounds fun. I like that.
I think
Oh
you would
my
probably like
god.
all of them then. They're all kind of like
Yeah,
that.
probably.
One of them is design the contents of a booster pack.
Oh, you know it. I'm gonna do that.
So it has to have like equal representation of colors, card types, the right rarities.
Mm,
I don't know what they judge you on though, basically. But yeah, once they got to the final 10 people and it became a game show, I stopped reading it because it was a lot to read. And like it was all 10 people designing 8 cards or something every single question. I'm not gonna read all that. Sorry. It's interesting, but I ain't gonna read all that.
that's stuff for another day.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for doing this with me. I had a blast.